Okay, we're live. Kyle was here, Thorsex was here, and we got Andy. How's it going, Andy? You're muted. You're muted.
I know I'm on trying to get the live chat to start on the other, and it's okay there. Okay.
Yeah,
Now it's off. That's why was muted. I didn't want the echo.
yeah, mine just showed up. It's quite the delay.
So,
Oh,
other than that, hey, Just Jeff, hello Thorzax.
just
Hey, Uncle Jim 3's out there. Hey, Uncle Jim 3.
that's the only way I can watch this. I don't know why it won't let me watch under 2. So I got to switch. Yeah.
And
That's
Kyle
cool.
Lusk, of course.
Yeah. He's probably eating dinner.
Yeah, we have Chinese tonight.
Uncle John is here. Hey, Uncle John. Uncle John is working.
Uncle John.
Oh, so yeah, everyone's after that newest Garmin type deal.
Yeah, the Antron, whatever that was called.
Athlon.
Well, CW just did one on it. He just got his out of the box testing right at the range. So
yeah, I know Tin Man's interested in one. Tactical FUD is here. And they're cheaper. I noticed everything is getting better and cheaper. So as far as technology.
And theirs is bigger. You know, that's what's fun. That's funny about it. The Athlon is actually bigger in size.
Yeah, but how much bigger? It's the size of an iPad?
Well, if you'd be surprised, the half-inch all around is a big difference in the size of the screen.
Yeah,
you know, but
it's cheaper.
You know,
I know this golf simulator and that type of tracking devices. You know, tell you your spin on your golf ball, how far you hit it, shape, everything. Those have gotten cheaper and cheaper. So of course, gun stuff is going to get cheaper too.
Well,
those are way more sophisticated than the bullet trackers, than the chronographs.
But they work. Okay, there was no competition, so now we got another one. So maybe it'll drop the price a little bit. But my birthday, I might just say to hell with it and order one tomorrow.
Okay. Well, wait for your discount. Wait for
I know. I got to watch that. And I think I got like a $40 worth of discount points saved on there. So I don't know. And then by buying that, I got a shitload of points.
Yeah, I never tried their point system. You got to sign up for points. I don't know.
You just sign up. There's nothing. It doesn't cost you nothing. Just put me in the point system, and then every time you buy something, you get points.
Well, damn.
And that so you don't have to use your points when you buy something. You can let them ride. So.
Okay, Garage Guy is here. FT50. And Tin Man is here, and Andy found his fish nets. Yep. So
what I had last week, so I figured I'd find something else to put up there.
Yeah. So Tin Man was looking at those Athlons also. So everything's coming down though. If you can track golf balls and it covers every stat in the world, you can definitely do chronographs, and those things are coming down quite a bit. So technology. Texas 6 is here. Got a new torque wrench. I like the black color of the torque wrench. You don't get them mixed up with the others. Comes in handy for putting a barrel nut on too, on an AR. So anyway, hopefully this chat's not too long. For people that don't know, my back is about 50% better, which is great. That means it's going to heal. Give me another week and I'll be Pulling weeds and throwing boulders. Yeah. Vanessa Kitty is here. Okay. Vanessa. So how much are those things running now?
I forgot what they are. I forgot what no one's really, the prices are a little bit of, you know.
Michael
Nuts.
Hertzik is here. Hey, Michael. Yeah, I know they're cheaper than Garmin, so okay, 350. Coming down, coming down. All right. I wonder if it track a golf ball. What's the minimum it can track? 600.
I don't know.
I wonder if it has a minimum like 600 feet per second or something. I know a lot of the golfers, and they're going to make it legal on tour to use rangefinders. And the Vortex just started making them for golfers. They tell you the slope, the distance, everything. And they have one that anti-shake, so you can just hold it one-handed, shaky, and it's solid. It's no shake. So Vortex is in the game on that. 65 feet per second. Huh. Wow. I wonder what shoots 65 feet per second. Okay.
They get 370, basically 379 on Midway. And they're not showing my birthday shit.
Yeah, well, if they don't, you're going to have to call them. They mixed me up with my son, thought we were double dipping. And I'm like, where's my birthday discount? And they're like, I don't know. Well, let's look into your thing. And I said, I know what it is. My son, you got two accounts, same address.
Not me.
But what I found out later was last time I ordered, my credit card wasn't working, even though it's good. So I used his credit card, and that's probably why they said, aha, someone's using the same for both at the same address. Anyway, they were super nice. They're like, okay, we fix it. It's fixed. Then I go on there and it wasn't there. So I said, hell with it. I got nothing to order anyway. And then I ordered later and had to get something, and it was there, even though it's way past the birthday date. They kept it on there for me. And it worked. Brokeloader 2 is here.
Yeah, they're not showing my birthday. No.
Yeah, maybe they have a glitch lately. Usually, as I recall, it's a little before and a little after your birthday. Like they give you 10 days or something like that. And then I wait for free shipping, and I've been lucky every year. No free shipping at first. I wait a few days. Aha, free shipping. Boom, fish on. So, and one was the last day. So,
Yeah.
I'm going to have to do the point system. I wish they were doing that like 14 years ago. I'd have a lot of points.
Yeah, I know. Let's say I have 203 points. So you need 250 points to get $5.
Oh, jeez. Okay. They're kind of like Cabela's. They just barely milk it out. James Bullard is here. Well, yeah, it'll be good to see a range report on that. Oh, he's making goulash tonight. Probably proper way. Yes,
There's only one way to make goulash, and that's correctly.
I know. Because it's in your blood. I know. I don't know. Okay, then you can call it something else. I mean, we all take everything out of the fridge and throw it in and make something out of it. So why isn't the UFC on? Baseball. Anyway, so
Let me get out of midway.
I wish I could recline this chair. It's against the wall, though.
Oh, God. Tired.
So anyway, Cold-Hearted Bastard was going to ask a question about if someone can 3D print him something, but I don't know what it is. And if it has a drawing for it, sure. If not, hopefully my son can figure that out now. He's been working on tweaking and designing little stuff, but I don't know what he wants printed. So at worst, maybe someone can draw it up and then I can print it for him. I really want a reclining chair. Yeah, unfortunately, the only one we have is against the wall here. I don't want to move it. Drafting height. Yeah, you guys and your paprika. Blah, blah, blah. So I forgot paprika. I didn't even make it right anyway. It was still good. I'll just call everything stew. Oh, see, I think they're having glitches. You have to call them or email them. I think I emailed them, and then they called me. I think that's what happened. Oh, he's chugging.
Tomorrow when I go on, I'll go online tomorrow and contact them and say, "What's up? Why am I not getting my birthday?
Mm-hmm.
Want to order something?"
Might be their new software screwing with everybody. I should ask my son if he got his, but he wasn't. He didn't have anything. He was going to use it anyway.
Well, 10% is basically $40 off, so that's a good. I don't know what the discount is.
Each item is different, though.
Yeah.
So they'll have a different discount for each item. It depends on their markup, I guess.
And they have this is listed as on sale, so there's probably no other discount.
Yeah, it depends. I'm trying to remember if I got sale items even cheaper.
Well, I would imagine if it's a sale item and they're trying to unload, you would. Because that's right, I did. When I bought the All American 8, it was like $179. They were getting rid of them, clearance. And it was like a week before my birthday, and I had already been notified, and I added the birthday, and it was like $359 or something. $159 I got it for.
Okay, thanks, Uncle John. Whatever ESPN2 is, it's not going to show what it is either. I don't know what ESPN2 is. No. Oh well, this game should be over anyway. Let's see. Thorsax here is chugging down something.
Yeah. Just
what were you chugging?
Beer.
Let's see. ESPN2.
I'm glad to see that your back is doing better.
Yeah, it's a good sign. It's a really good sign. Because if it wasn't getting better, then I know I'm screwed for a long time. Then it's chiropractor time or whatever. What's going on with the TV?
So other than that, what have you been up to, Jim? Just taking care of your back?
Yeah, just doing nothing. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was actually better to get up and walk around, and that was better because you can't lay in bed too long.
Yeah, well, moving around
No.
loosens it up
Yeah.
too. So
Yeah.
But every step is ow, ow, ow. Now I can walk.
Been there.
Now I don't think about it so much. Way
Yeah, you're
better.
preaching to the choir.
Yep, one more week and I think I'm good. That'll be awesome.
How about you, Andy? What have you been up to?
nothing much, just a stupid week of work. That's all.
I've had a bunch of projects. I don't know if I told you guys this or not, but I've been wanting to get on the roof and spread around, some baking soda. I just put this roof on, I don't know, 10 years ago. And I noticed that the moss had got into it over the time that, I've been laid up. I haven't been able to get up there and maintenance, And so I had a guy come by and, he went ahead and scrubbed it off. But I wanted to go ahead and get some baking soda. And I'm trying to get this kid to do it. And man, I'll tell you what, you talk about excuses. Oh, I'll be here tonight. Oh, then that won't work, but I'll be there tomorrow. And then that didn't work. Well, I'll be there, next Friday, and then after work. And then that turned into next Saturday. And he was like, just one thing after the other with this kid. And, he said he was going to be over on a Sunday. Last Sunday he was supposed to come by. So I texted him. I said, hey, what time are you going to show up so I can get everything all ready, and blah, 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 And he's, because he said Sunday morning. He texted me back, well, I got to go over to my mom's and she needs some help. And I'll be getting, done with that. I'm probably around 3:00, blah, blah. And I just hit the roof. I went outside, I tied down the ladder, I got everything ready to go, and I put the baking soda up there. And I got up there on that roof and I spread that stuff out myself. And I didn't even bother to text that kid back. I figured, you know what? He's probably going to text me and say that his goldfish is sick and that he can't get it tonight. So, behold, about 4:00 rolls around. I email him just kind of like a little bugging. I thought you were going to be done by 3:00. Oh, I'm getting ready to wrap this up. I'll be on my way over there in half an hour or whatever. And then I finally text him back, says, enjoy your weekend. Enjoy the rest of your weekend because I already did it. I got it done myself. And then all of a sudden he was like, oh, man, you shouldn't have done that. And dude, you know what? People, kids, if you just tell me, if you just tell me the truth right off the bat that you don't like getting on roofs or you don't want to help me or you don't have time to help me or whatever, then fine. I'm good with that. Tell me that. Don't sit there and play me along and keep giving me the excuses. You know what I mean? Like you're going to get to it someday.
I'm looking at your baking soda thing because I never even looked up anything to get rid of moss. I have an area I get moss on, and I'm looking here, and it says you can mix baking soda with water and spray it on.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just telling you what I'm reading.
You can. It also kills algae. It kills algae too. If you've got like it's got something in it. It's got zinc in it, and when you you can spray it on like a bulkhead, a concrete bulkhead that has that green algae stuff growing on it, and it'll kill that stuff.
Well,
It's really good. But baking soda works really good.
It says 3 tablespoons per liter of water, and spray it on mossy areas. Apply on a sunny day for better results. I'm just saying, because you were up there throwing it around, sweeping it around, whatever. You could have a pump sprayer and just spray the roof.
Or just stay on how high is your roof? Stay on
I got
the
a
ground?
2-story. I got a 2-story house. You know, I ended up having to put the ladder on the back porch. So, you know, off of my dining room. You know, it's a typical 1980s split level house. You know what I'm talking about, Jim. Anyway, yeah, I got up there and I dumped like 6 boxes of baking soda up there. So it's definitely got enough baking soda on it so to cover the area. But the rain comes down, then washes it down.
Yeah, right. Wash
And then
it off.
Yeah. Yeah, it kills off that moss. And it works really good. And if you do it every couple of years, you won't have any moss on your roof. It works really good. You can also put it on patios. You can put it on patios before you power wash. Just go ahead and put it down and then let it set for a couple of weeks. And then just blow it off with your, pressure washer. And it kills that stuff. It gets down into the little cracks and everything and kills all that stuff. It's really good. But if I'm going to make a liquid out of it, I mix 1 cup baking soda with 1 gallon of hot water, and then just stir it up until it's, until it's totally dissolved. And then I use that, and that works really well.
Yeah, I'm kind of almost done using store-bought weed killers. I tried a thing of pool salt, vinegar, and water, and I sprayed it in my. I have a couple of problem areas that are like my paver deck in the back, my paver patio.
Mm-hmm.
I can't stop the weeds from growing, man. It drives me nuts how much shit I use on that every year. This year I tried that mixture, and it's basically I got it written down: a cup of this, a cup of that, and the rest is water. And I'll tell you what, I sprayed it on the patio. I actually spilled it out and brushed it around and pushed it into all this, grooves and stuff. Next day, everything that was grown was dead. I mean, dead. And it's supposed to prevent and stuff from growing back. It's the salt. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, I got to do that.
I bought the pool salt. It's I was trying to buy like a pound of it. Well, I have to buy a 40-pound bag.
I'll tell you what, when you call.
Yeah.
When you call the moss control guy and he comes over to do the roof, that's what he uses. He uses baking soda diluted in water. He sprays that down first, and then he goes ahead and uses his power washer. They call it the soft wash, but that's all he's using is baking soda. So it's been used for a long time, and kind of like a trade secret of these guys that do roofs. Cheap, easy to do. $15, throw it up there. Ain't got any moss. So I did that, and I got that done. Then that led to when I had the guy scrub the roof first, all the moss that was up there was all over everything. It was all over my back porch and everything. So I got out there and I power washed the entire back porch. Then I started looking at the sliding glass door, which I've been fighting. I've been fighting that sliding glass door for a good 12 years now, and it is ground down to nothing. There was hardly anything left in the track anymore, and so I retrofitted that with a new track, and I ended up getting new wheels and getting it all adjusted and everything, putting the door back in 4 or 5 times, making sure that the track was right and the adjustments were right and everything like that. And you can open the door now with just one finger. It works perfect.
Cold-hearted
So I
bastard.
did that. And then
It looks like you're slightly off, Thor's, on delay.
it's my feed. I've noticed that it'll feed so much, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, whammo! You know,
Hmm.
I just got really terrible internet service here.
Well, cold-hearted bastards here, and what do you need printed? If I can get a file, I can print it for you. I got your email, and I was like, "Who is this?" Because it was a whole different email person, and then I figured it out. Yeah. Okay, sounds good. All right. All right. Yeah, so I got to try the pool salt because I don't want nothing in our well water, you know. So
Yeah, it's and you can go online and get the mixture. It's like you don't want to use too much either. Too much is no good. But it's like in a gallon of water, it's basically a cup of pool salt, half a cup of 30% or stronger vinegar, a little Dawn soap that helps it stick to everything. Mix it good. Now I found use hot water and pour the salt in and just stir it up. It dissolves almost right away because that's got to be dissolved into the water. Otherwise, it just clumps.
one guy is here. Good to see old one guy. Yeah, cold-hearted bastard. If you can find a file, that's even easier. But if not, just kind of describe what it is or picture or something. If it's got a file, that's super easy. If the file's good, yeah.
Even if you get the file and it's not 100%, at least you can modify it.
Yeah, and tweaking's easier than doing scratch. Yeah.
I gotta be right back. I gotta get a snack. Chocolate cake.
Watch where you turn your head, Andy. No, wait, never mind. Yeah. Chocolate check. Alrighty. Raspberry pie. Let's see. Yeah, I like. Kyle is here. I like cheap solutions that work. Less toxic.
Well, I don't think you have an incredible moss problem down there in Utah.
No, there's no moss. No.
Not like up here.
No,
Every single tree side is covered with moss. Speaking of trees, I'm watching some of these lumberjack things that are on YouTube, and I've been watching this thing where they got the arborist guys that go up there and they treetop, and it just so happened I got on this one where these guys were up in Port Angeles. That's half an hour, 35 minutes away from my house, and watching those guys go up in these trees that are like 170 feet tall, man, and they got all their rigging and everything, and they're up there with their little arbor saws and stuff. I'm telling you what, man, you want to talk about squeamish? Because they're looking down, they're throwing the stuff down to the crew down below to throw the chipper and everything. And oh man, it's like you are crazy for going up there. It's just nothing but lines and your spikes on your feet, your climbing gear, man. That's nuts. Yeah. You get a lot of respect for those guys, man. They're up there hanging by a thread, cutting down a tree. That's pretty wild.
Well, I've seen when it's gone bad and the tree snaps or whatever. Chainsaw goes
they're
on the
taking
road.
a chance. That's a high risk thing. You know, you start getting into where the tree is rotten or something like that, and you know, you didn't cut it wrong. You definitely have to be a professional, and you have to know what the heck you're doing up there.
I've seen them where the tree shook so much, shaking the guy all over the place.
Yeah, you'd be amazed how much those trees move around up there, because when they cut a limb off, all that weight is released, and all of a sudden the tree starts to sway this way, and they're over there and they're screwing around. They're 170 feet up off the ground, you know, with nothing but lines on, you know, and their saws, you know. Man, I'll tell you what, I couldn't do it. No way.
No, it's a different animal.
Yeah, it is. You definitely can't be afraid of heights. But these guys got little headphones on and stuff, and they're talking to each other and talking to the people on the ground and all kinds of stuff. They want stuff sent up to them. They got a little line, you know, they can throw up there and everything. It's really interesting. But when they show those shots from up there in that tree, man, it's nuts. Because, you know, you're looking down on 2-story houses. And those 2-story houses at least are 45 feet tall off the ground, at least. You know, by the time you factor in everything all the way to the peak, yeah. And they look like tiny little boxes down there, you know. Nuts.
Well, I did high work, but I wouldn't be on no tree when it snaps the way it's not supposed to and splits and shakes you all over the place with a chainsaw hanging off your belt. No way.
I know, that's crazy. It is nuts. And you know, we used to go up in the JLGs down at work, you know, and we had a snorkel lift down there that would go up 120 feet. And I couldn't get guys to go with me, but I would go up there. I mean, I'd have my little harness thing and I'd throw it on the little safety loop in the basket, you know, and go up there. And oh yeah, I very seldom did I get guys to go up there with me, because I would go all the way up out of the dry dock, and you know, I'm hanging on the side of the sail and stuff, doing stuff. And I mean, you know, it's 120 feet down. That's it. And I'll tell you what, the you know, you got the lift part, and then you got you got your base unit down there in the dry dock, and you try to drive that thing down there from 120 feet up, and you stop. You know, you make any sudden stops, man, that whole boom just starts going like this.
Yeah, it'll shake you around.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does. Oh yeah. Yeah, but that was back in my younger days. I wouldn't do that now. That's a young man's game right there. That's a young man's job to go up in those. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've used those quite a bit. I like the boom trucks because you can actually go sideways. You got 2 guys up there. He's doing one thing while the other guy's retracting and going sideways, and we got it so good. It was just like a fluid motion. You're coming down like this, trimming. It's just awesome. That was actually nice of our boss to get us that. Otherwise,
you know, it's amazing how well you can be coordinated with someone else. You know, and once you've worked with somebody a while, and you don't even have to talk. You already know what the other guy's going to do, and so you know, you just by the motion of the whole thing. It's amazing how well you can work with somebody and do stuff like that. You know, I know, I've been there. I've had to do stuff like that.
Well,
yeah.
4.1 earthquake in Georgia. That's got to be big for Georgia, isn't it?
Yeah. Up here, that's just a window rattler.
Yeah, California, that's nothing.
Yeah, that's nothing.
I've been in a couple. They're freaky. You know.
Well, you were up here for the one in 2000, weren't you? You were here for the one in 2000 in Seattle. That thing got stuff rocking and rolling, buddy. Oh yeah, that was pretty wild. I remember that very clearly. I was at work when that happened.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we ended up having to stay. All the other shops and all the other codes got to leave and go home and check on their personal stuff. and we had to stay because we had to check the integrity of the pier and the dry dock and everything else. So because we were the pier engineers, and yeah, it turned into a long day. I screwed the pier up. I'll tell you that right. I mean, it took plate steel and just bent it like it was nothing.
It's just freaky because you have no control, and all of a sudden you're like, "What is going on?" And it starts getting a little worse. And it's like, "All right, please stop now."
We have these stadium lights that are positioned, off to the sides of the dry dock, so we can get the stadium light, there, during nighttime. And when I went outside, those stadium lights, they were up there just going like this, but just back and forth. It was crazy. Yeah, it was like, whoa. And then the whole pier is built on, gravel, okay, and dirt, and then they paved over the top of it. And so when that happened, it shook the whole pier, so it shook down all that dirt and everything. So all the asphalt went like you could feel it, started to, it was like, am I losing height here? Did I just go downhill? It was pretty wild. Yeah.
Let's see. Reloader 762 is here. Yeah, I don't like earthquakes or the idea of tornadoes.
Yeah.
Those two are got to be the worst. Very rarely.
I've been pretty busy this week. I've had a lot of stuff, little things that I've been able to get around and fixing. I tried out my new saw, got my saw going. I'm really impressed. I'm really impressed with what I got for the money. That was money well spent.
What's Andy got now?
Chocolate cake.
Chocolate cake with milk, right? Nice.
Chocolate. No, with iced tea.
With iced tea. Yeah, I don't think I felt an earthquake here. Or it's not that common, but there's been a couple around, but we didn't feel them. So there must have been a 2 or a 3 or something. All right, the baseball game's over. Get out of here. Come on. Yes. Oh, a couple good ones tonight, John. Oh man. Anyway, what else is going on, people? Shit, good. Okay. All right. Did a couple of videos, didn't post them. No. So, kind of lagging for me.
Yeah, it was like, what? No Uncle Jim video yesterday or today?
This week, yeah. I had a couple on there, but didn't post them. Some were pre-back, some were post-back. Oh, did Michael get your SKS, Kyle? Damn. Was he the one that got your SKS? Won it? Oh, shoot.
I noticed the primers are coming down in price.
MagTech, 4 cents a piece. Small pistol.
Yeah.
Mid-South had Magtex for 4 cents a piece.
Here we go. Here it comes. All right. Except for with all these wars going on, you know. Well, that's cool, Kyle. Yeah, primer's got to come down eventually. Hopefully, no tariffs are involved. They just got to. It's been COVID and all the other crap. It's been too long.
Hey, Jim, we all said it. You remember when Bush Sr. went out there and he made this big speech about how NAFTA was going to have a one world, economy, and everything was going to be perfect, and we're all going to live in this, haven and all this stuff. Well, guess what? It didn't work. It didn't work. All it did was just cause us, economic disaster.
Yeah. Oh, come on, Michael. It's super easy to clean. Let's get out there and do this. As a matter of fact, we have well, I'll just leave it at that for now. Another one coming. Got a little guy coming.
A little guy.
Little AK.
No.
Little pistol brace folder thingy we're going to slap on that sucker. And the 9mm. He doesn't have a really sharp one, so should be fun. It was cheap. So, yeah. I was afraid to show him the email. But it was cheap, so.
I did on a personal level. I end up having some happy news, some real good things, put a smile on my face. Is that my daughter, I guess on a Saturday morning, looked at her husband, and he was in his bathrobe getting ready to do his ESPN dual TVs, watch the game thing like he always does. And she just put her foot down and says, "We're not staying home anymore. As a family, we're not doing this. You're going to get your clothes on. We're going to get in the car, and we're going to go someplace today. We're living in Montana. There's plenty of parks around here. We're going to take the kids out, do some fishing, eat a few hamburgers alongside the lake, and we're going to go out and be a family." And she threw it down with them, man. So she sent me some pictures of them doing just that, So I thought that was pretty cool, And the kids are having fun fishing, and my daughter's there, rigging on the, the bait and stuff. And she's doing it exactly the way I showed her and everything. It was really cool. So it's a little bit of me in there, a little bit of her, a little bit of the kids in there. And I thought that was really cool. I really enjoyed that.
Well, it's good they got out. Hobbies is here. Hey, Hobbies.
Well, he's in the Navy, and he works at the recruitment, the reserve center there. So he has to babysit the reservists that come in, and he'll be getting orders pretty soon. So they'll be moving out of Montana. They'll probably be heading out to the coast because he hasn't done a sea duty forever. And I know for a fact his detailers say, "No, you're going to a bird farm. You're going to an aircraft carrier. That's where you're going." So I got a good feeling that they'll be heading out either San Diego or up here or somewhere on the East Coast, maybe Texas. I don't know. But he's going to end up getting a sea duty. So I told him, "Hey, you guys end up out here. I got the house. The door's always open. You can live with me for a while, so you don't have to make any decisions in a hurry, and you guys can look for a place out here and settle down, and he can finish out his Navy career and retire, and you guys can go and live wherever you want. Give us a chance to be together, so it'd be kind of cool."
All right. What vintage are you talking about, broke loader? Vintage, vintage, vintage. I don't know. I was thinking about. Oh, wow. Yep. Don't forget Mother's Day tomorrow, people. If you still got.
Yeah, when I saw that email from Mid South, 4 cents a piece for primers, it's like, whoa. But I don't know. I've never tried MagTech, so I don't know. But since they make their bullets and people like their bullets, so,
MagTech pistol ammo is really good, actually. So the primer's got to be good. I don't know if I tried just their primers before. I don't think so. Maybe I have a couple. I don't know.
I mean, that's a deal. 4 cents.
Well, it's getting there. You know, my number was 36 a brick, but I'll take 40, 45 if I need it. Yeah.
The CCI is still $80.
Yeah. I'm not brand picky, so I like S&B. That was super cheap back in the day.
I love S&B primers.
They shoot good. It's actually, yeah, they're hard enough for ARs and stuff, AKs. Yeah. So not 7.6239, but I'm talking blackout and 223 in an AK. They're hard enough. You get a little dimple on them, but they don't go off accidentally. So far, anyway. So, yeah, the cup's a little more square, so they don't like prime quite as easy if you're going fast. Like I notice it when you're loading a Dillon tube or something. But hey, I'm totally fine with them. I use them in small rifle and small pistol. Yeah. So once everyone gets their fill and quits panic buying, it'll come down. Just a little more competition. We just got to open up the free market there. Not put heavy tariffs on them.
I won't be doing any reloading for a while because everything I'm loaded. I got close to 2 years worth of ammo loaded.
Yeah.
I'll be casting more than I'm loading.
From the Thorzak's boat video, I think I need a translator for broke loader now. The last couple I don't understand what he's talking about. Vintage Marlins and boat video. Interesting. Oh. Yeah, I don't think this chair is perfect for me right now. It's too soft. I can sit on a bar stool in the kitchen and it's fine, but I think I'm too, I don't know. Starting to feel it. Oh, bust out another theft. Yeah, boats are money pits. Money pits. Buy them used. Buy them used. I saw a neat little scooter today. It was called BSA made it, and it was what was it called? The Grandma Killer. Grandma Killer. Anyway, BSA, who made all the motorcycles, they invested millions into doing the dives for this little three-wheeler, and it turned out to be a flop, and they lost so much money. But anyway, it ended up being the Grandma Killer. So I was going to have that as my backdrop, but couldn't get a good picture of it. But it had a 2-stroke and 3 wheels, and it pivot. The front pivots like you're leaning a motorcycle, but you can go too far and start scraping the ground. Why didn't they put springs in? I don't get it. But anyway, it looked fun. All right, rambling. Yeah. How's it going up there, hobbies? I keep track. There's a couple Canadian channels I watch. And, you know, they got the big stink about Alberta right now and independence and all that. But there's some really good Canadian channels out there that just talk stuff, what's going on. And then there's another one I watch about the Middle East. And that's really good. I mean, stuff you don't realize what's going on until you watch them, and it's happening right now. So, as a matter of fact, when Turkey agreed to ceasefire, that only lasted like a half hour, and this guy knew it. But you watch other people's news, and it's a day later, and they're like, "Hey, they had a ceasefire." No, an hour later, they started firing again. So you got to get your news from the right people, the people that live there, that are in it. Anyway, so yeah, we love our Canadians. I don't want them mad at us. So, same with a bunch of other countries, you know. But Turkey is crazy. They already said, they're saying stuff like, "We won." You won? India's gonna kick your ass. What do you mean you won? They're hitting all your airports and you're hitting civilians. I mean, they're crazy. You can't trust them. You cannot trust them. So anyway. Yeah, you had a nice beach cook video. It's always awesome when you can go to the beach, get your own food, and cook it right there. How good is that? Okay, it basically costs you nothing. So, unless you need a permit, I don't think you need a permit for oysters. How would they know? Yeah, no, shouldn't need a permit.
Hey Jim, up here in Washington State, you gotta have a shellfish fishing license, and you're allowed only like 12 oysters. You have to shuck them on the beach.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, it's just like crabbing, just like shrimp.
Fishing license.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, they got their fingers into you, you know.
Okay.
But that's the reason why the fishing here in Washington State has been ruined. You knew that. I mean, they turned it all over to the commercial guys. I mean, the Native Americans and the commercial guys, that's what this whole area is about now. It's not about the sport fishermen or people doing like what we used to do as kids. We just go down there and just catch fish, whatever. You didn't need a fishing license in saltwater in Washington State. Yeah, they changed that in like 1986. Let's not talk about my state of confusion.
Yeah, let's not. I keep up what's going on, but yeah. I mean, every state has their little problems, but yeah.
One of the channels that I've been enjoying is this guy. He has a small engine repair shop, and he's in Arkansas. And so he works on lawnmowers and leaf blowers and line trimmers and, 2-cycle engines, 4-cycle engines, small engine repairs and stuff, all different makes and models, chainsaws, stuff like that. And I just stumbled on one of his videos and I watched it. And one of the things that I think is really cool is that this guy he started going to the local high school, and he's been offering a free kind of a clinic for, the kids that are interested in this sort of stuff. And he spends a couple hours and he'll tear something apart and he'll have it all laid out for them, and he'll show them how to repair something or something like that. And I guess the numbers of young men are it got to be such a deal that the I guess the school told them this is not curriculum. You can't, you're not a teacher, you're not a certified teacher, and we'll be putting the school out as far as liabilities or whatever. So they ended up telling him that he couldn't do it at the school anymore. So he went ahead and opened up his business on Sundays. He goes down there for 2 hours. And I guess that these kids that show up has just been growing and growing and growing. These young men have been showing up and really interested in this stuff. And I think that that's really cool. That's really, really cool that it kind of gives me hope in a way, because, our younger generation is dumbed down so much that if it breaks, go buy a new one. If it breaks, go buy a new one. Instead of trying to get out and fix it.
Yeah, my son loved those deals, welding and all that stuff. And it's so good for kids to learn trades and stuff. They end up to be fabricators.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Turns them into fabricators and everything. Son got a lot of it from TV, biker build-offs. Especially when he was really young, and so he was always interested. And that's so great for kids. Same with schools when they offer stuff like that. DM Foss is here.
Hard to find a high school that will offer that stuff anymore. I mean, we have the skills center that they send kids to that are interested in that, but they have to qualify in order to go there. So you can't just have an interest in it. You have to qualify somehow.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's really good for kids. So, yeah, I'd rather have.
But I just like the idea that some guy has opened his business to the general public to have the kids come by, and he's going to show them how to rebuild a carburetor, or how to rewind a rope, starter, for a lawnmower or whatever. He shows them all that stuff.
Yep.
The world needs more people like these people. You know what I mean?
Well, there's a lot of them on YouTube, and I'll ask my son, "Hey, have you ever done some?" "Oh yeah, I've seen lots of videos on how to do that." It's like, "Oh, okay, awesome." That's how he.
Well, yeah, I watched a video on how to build a foundation, how to put how to put all your joists down and all that other stuff, how to build a floor, how to build a subfloor, and all that stuff. It's all available on YouTube. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, Uncle John's referring to when Oddball shot his Briggs and Stratton motor. I felt it felt wrong, because I know a little carburetor and that thing's running, but if it had compression, but when you got stuff around the house you got to get rid of, why not shoot it?
Yeah.
Pick up your stuff, of course, clean your mess. Why am I blinking around so much? I'm trying to lean back. I love small engines, so I feel for them. I had a old Turo lawnmower that was abused for years and years, probably 12 years. And all of the lawnmower started falling apart, but the engine always started. And I felt so bad, it was time to retire him. So I took the engine apart and inspected it. Cylinder was beautiful. Everything, the valves, everything was good. After all that, and it had old gas, old oil, it didn't get treated really good, but, and I mowed twice a week, so that thing lasted forever. That was a good little Tecumseh engine. Yeah.
What's funny? When I first got married, I discovered that I'd have to be a lawnmower owner now. And because we bought our first place. So I went down and I bought a Craftsman lawnmower. I had a Briggs & Stratton. And that 5.5 horsepower Briggs & Stratton, that thing was bulletproof. And I abused that motor. I mean, just abused that motor. I never changed the oil in it regularly. I just ran it and beat the crap out of it. Never cleaned the deck off or anything like that. And it was funny. 15 years I used that thing. We moved here, and I used it for about 5 years and mowed the lawn, and everything like that. And I thought to myself one day, it's time to give that old lawnmower a makeover. So I went out there and I bought a new spark plug for it, and I dumped the oil out and changed the oil, and I made sure that I knew how much oil to put in it, and I sharpened the blades and everything. I just spent the day just cleaning it up, and it really had some wear. It had some really bad rust spots in the deck that were ate all the way through. And I thought, I could slap some Bondo in there or whatever, still get a few miles out of it. And the funny thing, I used it for like 2 weeks. I went out there, I pulled on the starter rope, and I was mowing, and all of a sudden out of nowhere, that motor went like that. That was it. It was done. It threw a rod or something.
Threw a rod. Yeah.
Yeah, threw a rod. So in the dumpster it went, and down to recycling. And I went out and I bought a ride mower after that, and then I sold that, and then I got a Honda now, and it's a good mower, but the transmissions, because it's self-propelled, and the transmission in those things are screwy. A lot of people think it's a safety device. They go, "Oh, when I go to pull it back, the rear wheels lock." That must be if you fall backwards, you won't pull the mower on top of you. It's a safety thing. No, it's not. The thing is screwed up. It's an overly complicated transmission thing that's going on there. And what you need to do is you need to take that apart, because it gets dirt and dust and crap in there, and you got to clean all that out, make sure that the springs work. And there's these little paws that drive the mechanism, for the wheels, and you got to clean that stuff out every once in a while. And it's just an overly complicated, engineered pile of junk, and it will start doing it to every single one of them. I don't know why Honda, they made that certain mower and that certain drive system for a long time now. I don't know why Honda has not addressed that issue and fixed it.
Yeah, we got a Honda after that old Turo, and that thing did have kind of a funky drive. It was a self-propelled, and it was kind of funky. but it had,
Yeah,
you
you got
know,
to pull back your
you look up,
wheels lock.
yeah, you look up ratings and stuff, and it was, you know, bang for the buck type deal. The Toros
Well,
went there.
that
I wanted a Toro, but
that 6.5 Honda, that 6.5 Honda motor is bulletproof. I mean, they use that 6.5 Honda motor on just about everything, and it runs
Yeah.
like a champ. But yeah, on their lawnmowers, it's the drive system that goes funky on them. You know, I was talking to this guy. Like 3 times I heard it from people. Oh, that's a safety belt. I said, wait a minute. If you fall backwards, you have a hold of that handle. Your weight alone will pull that lawnmower over the top of your feet. And whether those wheels are locked or not, it's not a safety device. God, people are so stupid. Did it do that when it was new? No. Oh, well.
hang on a second.
One of my rants.
All right. Let's see. New York City Reloader is here. And Uncle John, yeah, we got to get the little tractor out. The problem is the way it drives, it runs backwards. So we got to put a jack shaft on there and just put a little pull start motor on it and make it run the other way. Last time I had an 8-horse Tecumseh, and I took the pull start part off and put the cup on that runs the belt to the transmission, so it's turning the right way. And then, but the other problem is you got to go around to the other side. Oops, I'm not on here, am I? You got to go around to the other end of the motor, and what the hell is going on here? And wrap it with the string and start it that way, and that gets annoying. So we're going to put a little pull start on that bugger, aren't we, son?
Yeah, we're gonna raise it up, put a bearing and jack shaft through.
Yeah, we're just going to jack shaft it so an engine pull start runs the way it should, and then yeah, and it's got 3 speeds in reverse. However, you have to stop before you shift, which is weird, but whatever. Anyway,
I think it's kind of cool that they have these guys that take old lawnmowers and they fix them up and they race them. That's kind of cool, watching the lawnmower races. You ever seen that? That gets pretty wild. I mean, some of these lawnmowers are like 50, 60 miles an hour.
They just do a pulley swap on it. That's what they do. Pulley
Yep.
swap the transmission.
we want to do a hot rod tractor, but I don't know. Seems like we're always building something and not finishing another. And
Watching a lot of mud mowers, a lot of guys that go buddy.
Yeah. Same with golf cart. I wouldn't mind a.
You know, it's good.
I wouldn't mind a jacked up
You know
golf
what?
cart. It's expensive. Go ahead.
You know what I think is kind of cool is the destruction derby, where it isn't about the cars running into each other. Have you ever seen that where they're racing around in circles in a Circle 8 and they got an RV trailer and the whole thing is to knock the other guy's RV trailer off. That is so cool. I thought that looks like a good destruction derby to watch. That looks like a lot of fun.
Hillbillies have thought of it all. Okay, when it comes to that. You were talking about Washington.
I don't know. You ever been on?
I was just
I was
watching.
going to say you've been on I-5 lately.
No, but you were talking about Washington. I was just watching a video on a Dodge station wagon. The guy's selling it. He's in Eastern Washington, and he did a whole video on it. It was pretty funny. He's like, yeah, I stripped the screw there in the oil pan. Every little thing he talked, every little thing on it he talked, but it was a Dodge. Valiant. I don't know. It was cool. Taillights, the front end. It was cool. It got all moldy because it was in Washington. It started getting moldy and rusty, but it was really cool. And I was like, damn. And then I heard the price and I went, no. He wanted like 12 grand. It's like, no, no, that has to be one owner looking for that. No, it wasn't a Volare. It was a, oh, shoot. Gosh darn it. Yeah, I could probably find it in my history anyway. Really cool looking, though. Different. It was 65 or 66. Anyway, I always like square bodies. Andy's starting to fall asleep on us.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Andy.
It was a long week.
Yeah. I'm happy to be walking around this week. It's so nice. So as long as I don't do something stupid this week, I'm probably good to go. That's going to be awesome. Because it's nice out there. I want to put targets. I want to shoot. It's really nice out there right now. So, and we got a few hard rains before it got really nice. That means a lot of bullets came to the top. Do some more picking out there. I got a whole big thing of bullets to melt down. I think I'll wash them first, let them dry, and then do it. Is the chat working now? What do you mean, Kyle? It's working. Are you trying to get on? Anyway. Yeah, that was cool. I just like how the guy presented his car. It was a long video, and it covered every little thing that he did to it, or what was funky, or what was good. Anyway, I'm a wagon. I love wagons. I just like vintage wagons. If I see one around here cheap, watch out. All right, Andy, say something.
Something.
Knew you were going to say that. Oh, hang on. Oh. Let me resituate here. Oh, gosh.
So did you ever look at your Dillon powder measure and find that little plastic piece I was talking about that snapped? Remember I had to buy one?
Yeah, I looked at them, and I swear I got an aluminum one, too. I don't know. Maybe they're all plastic. Yeah, none are snap, but they probably dried out, ready to crack.
I wonder if somebody's got a file out there on those things to make them.
Yeah, or we'll just make one out of something else. Like a 9mm cleaning jag, or the round, and then thread the other side and stick her in. I don't know if I haven't even taken one apart.
It's not threaded; it pushes in.
It just pushes in and holds. Okay.
Yeah, it's a tight fit.
It's been a long time. Yeah, you can make. There's stuff out there you can make them out of. Probably. It's something in the garage type deal.
Yeah, I mean, if you got piece of plastic, I guess you can put in an electric drill and put a file on the end of it. And
Yeah. Yeah, bro, clutter. I actually, as much as I drive, I have too many vehicles. 2 is too much. I'm better off with just like a little Econo something. I don't know. Yeah, you got to pay insurance every year and all that stuff. I'm starting to think about. I don't know. Yeah. I love wagons, though. I love them. You can put a piece of plywood in a 60s wagon. It's so versatile. And you're hard pressed to do that in a minivan. So, even though my van can do it, no problem. But yeah, yeah, Cadillac, their wagons were funky, but yeah. Oh wow, 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 wow! She won. Wow, one win for the Canadians tonight. Yeah, baby. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I have an urge for a classic car right now, and that's a bad urge to have. And around here, one wants too much for cars because, there's not like a ton of dealerships around here either. So they just drive until they drop type deal.
You know, Jim, you're absolutely right about Western Washington cars. If it's broke down and it ain't going to move for a while and you don't have the money to fix it, you roll the windows up on that bad boy. That thing is going to be a mold farm and nothing flat.
Yeah,
Everything will just grow in that thing.
yeah. He showed his headliner, and it's white, with all the perforations, and he goes, "This used to be mint, and it was all mold. It was all mold. It's like, ooh, yeah, you want to wear a respirator dress." But it was cool. I just,
all those spores flying around. Yeah.
Yeah. Super dangerous broke loader, but yeah, well, it depends how big the kids are. We all sat in the back. We had 3 windows back there, the back one, and you can watch the cars behind you, tailgate and whatever, yeah, which was cool. Yeah. No, they were awesome. The seats fold down perfectly flat. The tires even under there, and it's kind of a shame they don't. At least one company doesn't bring them back because they think, oh, minivans now. No, somebody should bring back something maybe the size of a 510. I had a Datsun 510 wagon once, something that size that has a lot of poop, like a Honda engine in there that can rev and good to go. Oh, Mrs. Tin Man's here. We got trouble. We have trouble. I'm doing good, 50% better. So I'm hoping within this week I'm good to go.
You know what, Jim? I'll tell you one thing. It's one thing if, the guys say, hey, how's your back? But when you got a female gal that comes up and she's concerned about you and she asks how your back is doing, for some reason that just kind of makes you feel better that, I don't know what it is. I can have guys ask me all day long or hey, I'm glad you feel better or whatever. But, when you got a female that says that means something. That's pretty cool. I like that.
It just means,
they care.
No, it just means I want more goofball more goofball videos. You can't do them when you're laid up.
I bet she doesn't feel sorry for Tin Man when he's laid up. I bet she gets into his crap.
Make station wagons great again. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, love that. Anyway, we're gonna make our own cars again. Somebody make a small truck that doesn't cost a fortune, that has roll-up windows and all the simple stuff on there. Okay, wing windows. Just make a little tiny truck. That's what people want. No one's listening. No one's gonna pay $80,000 for a damn truck. We want a $20,000 truck. I know Tin Man would do
Man. Sympathy.
it. Yeah. Yeah, when Tin Man's back is hurt, it's like, you're not mowing the lawn today? No, I don't know. I don't know what goes
What
on.
are you thirsty? What are your legs broke too? Are your legs broke too? You can't get up and get yourself a glass of water all by yourself? Kurt? Are you just going to lay there on the couch and try to make me feel sorry for you so I'll dote over the top of you and get everything that you want all day? Yeah.
Yeah.
Poor.
I don't know. He probably gets some sympathy out there. Okay, sent me an email. All right, let me check and see what that is. The gun related? What is it? Let me check. Let me check. Let me refresh that. No, I got. Oh, there it is. What the hell? Oh, it's a hat holder thingy. Hat stand. STL file only.
You know, I don't understand how come politicians didn't figure it out that once we started porting everything, dishwashers, washing machines, refrigerators, dryers, cars, and all this stuff made overseas. I wonder if they didn't figure it out that, that was going to ruin our economy. I mean, I wonder if they didn't have that in mind. You know what I mean? Because if I was the Chinese, and I wanted to think up a monstrously conceived communist plot to overthrow the free world, what I would do is I'd make them import everything from us. If I was in China, you know what I mean? Because once we started relying on all their manufacturing, we lost our base. We lost our base of income.
Hey guys, I'm gonna bail out.
All right.
Yeah, they don't give a shit. They got their cut out of it. It's very true, Kurt.
Take care,
it's
everyone.
very true. They don't care about you. They don't care about the blue collar guy that goes off to work, actually, makes stuff out of sheet metal, and manufacturing and stuff. They don't care. All they care about is the big bucks and the investors and the people that are throwing their money into the stock market. Good night, Andy. Sorry I talked over you.
Good night, Andy. Thanks for coming on, bud. I'm trying to figure out this hat rack thingy or hat holder. Let's see. That's $10 for the design, the print. I'll ask the son, and this is for cowboy hats, correct? I'll ask the son if he can find one, Thingiverse, all the other places, and see what we can do there. What does the inside look like? The thing is, he wants to charge you before you see the print. At least what you sent me doesn't show it. It shows a hat laying on something. So I don't know what it looks like in there. And it's specific to every cowboy hat that has a fold at the top. That's weird. All right, I'll have him look into it. I'll bug him in the morning about that. See if you can find one on Alex or whatever. Tin Man, if you see a hat holder out there where it just looks like the bottom side of a cowboy hat that sits in a box, let me know. Oh, that's a weird one. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting like a gun part or something. Okay, we'll look into it.
Hey, Uncle John, I know union labor is not cheap, but you know, the unions address, you know, the cost of living. And, you know, it's one of those things where if you can control the cost of living, people were able to live, well, then you would figure that, you know, things would stabilize. So it's one of those things where it's just the cost of living keeps going up and up and up. It's not because people could afford more. It's because people that can control that sort of thing and are selling those products are hiking up the prices. You know, I think that's what's going on. And what the unions do is they make sure that, you know, people are getting paid a decent wage, you know, so they can live, you know. So I don't know. I'm kind of half in and half out on that. I don't know what the answer is, in other words.
I'm still thinking about the hat thing. So it's to hold the hat. Do you have
It's like
a
I said
laser?
about China, you know, the stuff made in China, just about everything's made in China anymore, you know.
It's to hold the. Do you have a laser engraver? Is that what you're trying to do, cold-hearted bastard? Anyway, we'll talk about that on email. Okay. Rollis, what's up?
Well, my first comment is it's because the United Steelworkers is the reason why I can stand up straight and walk relatively straight. Because the insurance we had, as my father had when he was a steel worker. So, I mean, obviously the unions have their places and their advantages. My biggest problem with the unions is they put too much fucking money to those fucking Democrats. Yeah.
Well, it's a lot of bureaucratic money from your dues. I was union too once.
Yeah. Now I've never been in a union shop, and I've never driven for the Teamsters or anything like that. Probably the next, if I ever leave this company or they fire me, I'm probably gonna head over to UPS and try to get on with them, and they're a Teamster outfit for them. My nephew-in-law, the fellow who's married to Susan's niece, he's a Teamster now, and he loves it, and they do pretty good. So,
Yeah.
well, like I said,
One thing I could say to Uncle John, the one thing I could say to Uncle John, he says, what would Nike cost if it was made in Oregon, not in Taiwan? Well, I don't know. Ask the owners of Nike. What do they want in profit in order to pay people a decent wage? They're not willing to give it up. Well, because they're rich and they want to continue being rich. So they moved everything over where they can get labor. They don't care about America. They're not patriotic. All they care about is money. That's it.
There is
That's
a
all
lot
they care
of
about. You know,
there's a lot of U.S. stuff that surprises you. You'll see it at Walmart, whatever, made in the USA, and it's competitive.
the big thing is,
Mhm.
a friend of mine mentioned this one time years ago. Yeah, they're moving everything over to China and to get cheaper labor, but a lot of that stuff we don't see the cheap labor. I mean, tennis shoes are still $300, stuff like that. I mean,
Yeah. You don't see.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Nike's just robbed.
Absolutely. It's about the
Yeah, you don't.
shareholders and the stockholders. Chinese.
Yeah.
It's not the Chinese doing that to you. It's not the tariffs. It's some guy that lives on Mercer Island. He's the guy who's doing it to us. It's some guy that lives on Bainbridge Island. Those are the guys that are doing it. Not not the country or that company over there that's making that stuff. It's these people over here. It's the greed.
And it's not like they're being lifted up either. I mean, they're being paid slave wages. That's why, yeah. So I mean, it's not like, oh well, okay, we're sacrificing a little bit for ourselves, but we're helping the world out because these other people over there laboring, instead of them making a bowl of rice and being chained to the table, well, they still get a bowl of rice and they're still chained to the table. And like you said, that everything that goes straight to profit. Yeah. I own a few shares in my retirement fund. I'm quite certain the one fund owns lots and lots of shares of Walmart and vast bunch of other stuff. Instead of Walmart paying a 42-cent a share dividend, pay 35 and then kick a little bit of it back to the employees. Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, we can do it here. If we pay a little more, that's fine. In the 50s, everything was expensive. A tool you saved up months for as an adult. But that tool lasted a long time and was rebuildable.
Yeah.
Everyone worked on their own stuff. They kept it running. But that means you're buying less and throwing away less. But hey,
yeah.
It depends what it is and how efficient the factories are.
Suddenly in the 1970s, they came out with MasterCard and Visa. And everybody said, hey, I can buy it now and just pay for it over time. And everybody just went nuts.
We use credit all the time, but we stay on top of that damn stuff because I don't want to have to pay a friggin' banker one more penny of interest than I absolutely have to. Yeah.
And the only thing that separates us from those pygmies over there in Africa is credit. We've got it and they don't.
Well, here, to answer Uncle John, it'd be about the same. They're just going to cut some of their profits that they're gouging people with. You know what Nike shoes cost, especially the fancy editions. Now, here's for Uncle John. Tiger Woods, I just saw a test on an old Tiger Woods golf ball. It was made by Bridgestone and had the Nike swoop on it. Bridgestone made them. Okay? The irons, some of the irons were made in Japan. Expensive forged irons with the Nike swipe on there. That's what Tiger Woods was playing for a while there. Fact, Jack. So both, Japan and America cost more in labor, but he wasn't gonna play with their crap. Okay.
At least the Japanese get a decent, they get a decent wage and they have, they have some form of retirement. I'm not all that familiar with it, but
some sort of standard of living.
Yeah,
It could be done here. They're going to save in taxes. They won't have tariffs, so they can put that difference in the price. Okay. There you go. It can be done. It will be done. And I don't mind paying a little more if it's made in America. I always look and it's like, well, this is 50 cents more. It's made in America. I'm buying this.
Well, that's like when Florida had the minimum wage get passed. We voted for it, and we knew we were going to be paying more for stuff. Okay, it just you might have to cut back a little bit, but Susan and I, our basic stuff is just we might go out eat once a month. More like once every 2 or 3 months. Usually it's like during a long, if it's a holiday weekend or something like that.
Oy.
Yeah, Rolf, I agree. There's too many people. There's too many rich, fat cats, extreme wealth people calling the shots, and these people just do not care about anything except for money. You know, they take wheelbarrows of money and they dump it into their bedroom, and then they get naked and they run around in it and they throw it up in the air and it sticks to their sweaty body as they laugh. They laugh. They laugh with an insane laugh, just loving and lusting after the money. They roll around in it until it sticks to their sweaty body. They're sweating in a panic.
I'd like to do that with Susan while she's running around in a bikini.
Yeah, that's those
Come
are
here,
the people
baby.
that are calling the shots. Those are the people that are calling the shots, and that's it. You know, and when you got extreme wealth like that, you're not even in. You're living in a fantasy world. Anything that you can imagine is yours. You know, you have no morals at all. You don't care. Everything's scrupulous. And hey,
You just hit the key
don't
point.
care.
Whether they have $1 or $1 trillion, I don't care. It's but they have to have morals. They have to have some sort of. I do the same thing. Like I said, have Susan put one of her bikinis on, and just like I said, the two of us just roll around with fucking money like that. That's the only thing I know to do with. You think about you hit one of these $1 billion lotteries. What the hell would I do with $1 billion?
Probably lay it all out on the bed and get in there with your wife and roll around into it sticks to your sweaty body.
I would like to find out. I'd start with that.
I'm certain a lot of mortgages will get paid in my family, and I'd set up trusts for the kids and shit, and probably do a lot of. St. Jude would probably get a lot of money from me.
Yeah.
But money doesn't make you happy. There's a lot of suicides of famous rich people, and it doesn't guarantee you're going to be happy whatsoever.
Well, I'd like to.
A lot of people commit suicide. A lot of people commit suicide because they went broke. That's funny because they did have the riches, and all of a sudden they lost everything. The next thing you know, they're jumping out of a 7-story window. You know,
that's a challenge I would like to take up. See if I can keep from getting depression.
I don't know. It's better to be happy than be rich. So there you go. Do you think Gates is really happy? I don't think he's happy. I don't think he's happy at all. He's a pervert. I
don't know if he's happy or not.
No, he's not a happy guy. He's not happy.
Yeah. I know that he seems to think that the country and this planet should be ran a certain way, and a lot of it, from what little bit I understand, what he's trying to do, at least some of the things he's trying to do, I'm diametrically opposed to it. So, but then, if it wasn't for these super rich people, whether you like Bezos or whether you like Elon Musk, they're doing more to push us out into space than the friggin' government is. Any of the governments are. They say, and that's a big thing for me. Yeah, that's one of my.
Oddball Stuff is here, and we were just talking about Briggs and Stratton engines and how you fixed one recently. Tin Man brought that up, by the way. I felt so bad for little sucker because I knew it'd run. I think Broke Loader brought it up. I don't know. Anyway, I knew it'd run if the carburetor was fixed. But you had fun. You got it out of the tripping over it,
10 Men's probably right about that one.
Yeah. I could test one, see how long the flywheel key holds up in this gravel here, this big gravel behind me. Oh, yeah. We'll see how that flywheel key holds up. Because that's supposed to give first. Yeah. So, anyway, good to see you, Oddball.
I wonder how, I went shooting today, shooting a lot of plate today. I wonder how an actual flywheel would stand up to not armor piercing, but just regular. If it'd stand up the same way AR 500 does.
Not very well, especially the aluminum ones. One of the problems is if you hot rod them, like for go-karts and mini bikes and stuff, they can disintegrate and come right through and hit you in the leg.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. So you have to get what all the people that hop up stuff, they get a non-cast one. They get what's the machine? You guys know what I'm talking about. Milled one.
Right.
Milled?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about something a little small. I'm talking about something coming off a Chevy 350. Yeah.
We have one from a truck. It's probably 15, 20 inches long, and we were going to shoot it. It's sitting out back right there. My son got it from the mechanic with a bunch of other scrap. And we were going to shoot it, but then he was like, no, I don't want to shoot that. It's too nice. So, and that's solid steel. So, yeah.
Right.
I wanted to shoot it and test it and use armor piercing and everything just to see, but he wants to use it for something else. I don't know. Maybe a table. I don't know. It's it sits on a 55-gallon drum. It covers the lid. It's sitting that way right now. Or a 30-gallon drum, whatever it is out there. Yeah. So billet is the word I was looking for. They use billet flywheels when you go race full start engines. Yeah. But you're talking like a truck clutch wheel. Yeah. Or the gear part, the part the starter hits. Oh. Anyway. It's fun to blow up stuff. It gets messy, but it's fun.
You can always start making knives out of those flywheels. Watch, you got to take a bearing and make whatever the Chinese style. That's that little mid sword. I was watching
Japanese style.
No, this would be the Chinese mid-sized sword. I forget what they call them. It was just popped up on my feed, and I was like, "Oh, I'll check this out." And Susie and I sat there and watched it, and
Well, I think Japanese when I think knives and swords, because Chinese, I don't know about Chinese. I don't know.
Yeah, the Chinese make some pretty nice even modern day knives. The sword he made was the old whatever their style is. If you saw one, you know exactly what how many toilets have slowly died on the ranges all over North America.
Refrigerators, microwave ovens, especially with tannerite flying at you. All right, shooting pits are fun because all that stuff's out there, but at the same time, it's not good because it's all littery. People need to pick up. Can't wait to watch what video. I can't wait to film that. Okay. All right. Huh. Wow, what happened here? Another Canadian one. There you go. Hobbies, UFC's in Canada, but the wrong part of Canada. So another Canadian one, though, got a knockout. Crowd's going crazy. Probably half French speaking. And the girl that's fighting tonight in the pre-main event, she looks. I want her tested. All right, she's French. I want to. I'm counting an extra rib there. It does not look. I hope obviously they should probably do test and make sure. But anyway, she's a big boy. Some people are calling her Mike. It's so mean because she's really nice, but yeah. Her arms. That's not natural. No.
Pretty good size, huh?
Yeah. She's a tall girl with no hips. No hips. Now, she doesn't have an Adam's apple, but she's got no hips. It just, I don't know. I want a rib count. I want something, DNA test. I'm sure they do that, though.
Okay, the type of sword is a Chinese Dao, D-A-O sword. So it's like a mid-size.
Dao.
Looks like it's real.
One day sail. Huh.
I'm certain the way they pronunciate it, it's a lot different than the way we do.
Mm-hmm.
My question for Hobbies, does he think that there's going to be secessions going on? I've been checking that out. And I'm wondering if it's going to actually happen or not.
Hang on, I got a text something here.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, Chinese. I don't know. I like Japanese swords, definitely, and knives. But Japan was the China in when I was a kid, so they were cheap Jap stuff.
Right.
And now they're good. So maybe that happens to Japan, and I don't know. They're very quality oriented, though. Even I have a little, what do you call those? A little mini bedpan, and it says "Occupied Japan" made on it. even their cheap junk, like tourist crap, was pretty damn well made. It's just in their blood. Everything is OCD. They do things, strategically when they make something. I'm not sure if the Chinese can do that. I don't know. It's to the level the Japanese did, but they used to be the Chinese. And
the thing, and I've said this before, but the thing that we forget, the Chinese build aircraft. They build aircraft carriers. Now, I know they've had some issues here, but they also have nuclear weapons. They exploded nuclear weapons. They put spacecraft on the moon, and they have their own satellites. So they're quite capable of doing stuff. What it comes down to is, what are they doing? Who's doing it? And are they, are they being paid the correct amount of money to do it at quality? They'll sell you a 10-cent screwdriver. They'll sell you a $10 screwdriver. Either way.
Yeah. Yeah, when they're, I have a bunch of Chinese red dots. They're awesome, Holosun, but they're specifically have to be made this way.
Right.
You're not going to pump them out and sell them cheap. You got to make them this way. So the problem with Chinese is, do you trust it? All right, like tools, whatever. They make good tools now, but do you trust it versus that? The thing they copied and stole. Do you trust the copy as good as you do? They make good little pull start engines. However, their rings are all over the place. You can get some butter soft rings. They have quality control issues. They're not oriented like the Japanese are, where everything is OCD.
Where and once again, it just comes down to which company are you dealing with. Holosun makes a good product because they said we're going to make a good product, and they're going to make a
Yeah. You got to do it my way type deal. Yeah.
and so and they'll do it. I mean, if you're willing to pay for the quality, they'll put the people who have their shit together, on the floor and have them doing the work. If you're going to pay them a bowl of rice and chain to the table slave labor prices, then you're going to get slave labor quality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, it's like an iPhone, okay? They probably manufacture them really cheap because of design and do it our way type deal. I'll say you had a Chinese version of an iPhone. Which one would you trust for $100 less? I don't know. Maybe, yeah, because they make the same for the other. They copied it anyway.
Right.
But yeah.
But you have that stuff here too. I mean, there's
Yeah.
I'm not getting on the PSA, shit on PSA bandwagon, but because I own their product and there's other guns I'm going to buy from them, but especially with their AKs, from what I've seen and seen the debates about, they pretty much had the AK down by 1960.
Yeah.
Hey. But now
It's
Fresh
Marvin.
out the shower. Fresh out the shower.
there's things that can be done that they
Marvin.
just don't do, and and for whatever reason they just want to cut the corners there and not do like beveling the rivets or the rivet holes, I guess would be, or the combination stuff like that is one of the things that cause them to have short.
Well, it wasn't just PSA; it was all Americans making AKs. Recent, they're better now. They weren't using forged trunnions. They weren't doing specific. They're trying to get away with cast stuff. You don't do that on an AK. All right.
Exactly.
But now they've gotten a lot better. So, but all Americans were doing that. I mean, once we ran
that's the biggest example I can come up with, because you can pull that up on the internet almost immediately.
Once we ran out of surplus parts, we started doing our own the wrong way and putting them together that way, and things were failing and mushrooming and all that stuff. Anyway, I got to go get some more water. Ozark, how's it going?
What's going on? It's been a minute.
I know. You've been on trips and stuff.
Oh, yeah. Dallas, Chicago, the farm. No, and the farm was the only fun part we did. The rest of it was all work. So you travel for work. It's not like you get to go see the sights. You get to see a conference room.
I've been all over this country and I've not seen 1 inch of it.
All right, guys, I'll be right back.
Marvin, something I was going to ask you. Did you ever get around to making any lumber out of that? Those trees that blew down. Those.
As a matter of fact, you see that right there.
Yeah.
When you're dealing with black walnut and you got sweat on you, it works just like henna. So I've got a black walnut tattoo on my forehead.
Oh,
I have not. We had a guy set up with a portable sawmill to come out, and then he was an older gentleman. Then he either got sick, died, or just ghosted us. We're not sure. But no, we haven't made lumber out of it. But I finally got the last stump out of the yard today. Had some of our heavy equipment up here and got the excavator and got it out of there. So it's cut 6 pieces, 6 logs off of it, right where the roots come down. So you get all that figured wood. Where the roots are, it folds right there, and all that shows in all the grain of the wood. So we ordered a 40-inch bar, and I still couldn't cut all the way through the tree. So I had to stop.
wow.
So, but yeah, we're a work in progress on that.
It's going to be some beautiful wood.
Yeah, it's going to be gorgeous wood. Right now, I'm actually working on a project for the first set of black walnut logs. We got 13 logs from a client. We cleared, they had 2 houses side by side. We cleared both lots behind them and put 2 little B&Bs right behind them. And we took a big walnut tree out of that backyard, and I got 13 logs, all of them at least 10 feet long, out of that tree.
Wow.
And I told him, I said, well, we'll make something out of the walnut for you. And she called in my favor, and she was like, well, I really don't want walnut. I want tiger oak. So we made a TV stand for her, basically like a coffee table, out of quarter sawn tiger oak.
No, that
And
must be beautiful.
we're about to start sanding and finishing. It's 2 of them, and you can put them back to back and make a coffee table out of them. So I had to go buy quarter sawn oak because I didn't have enough to do that. I got 13 walnut logs.
Well, as you know, we don't have hardwoods up here, and well, we do, but they're few and far between, and most of it is, fir and that sort of thing. But when I had my property, I had some nice, I mean, big. They must have been at least 80 feet tall, red cedars. I put those down. I got rid of all the limbs, and then I went ahead and I just used my sawmill, my chainsaw, and slabbed them. And I just measured them out, and then just slabbed them out with my chainsaw. And then I took the planks and I sticked them and stacked them up so they dry out. And I made all my outbuildings out of that.
Oh, nice.
I got 2x4s. All you have to do is just snap a line, and then you can just cut 2x4s with your circular saw. That's what I did.
So we got
it was real handy. It's really nice when you got lumber. It's really nice.
He's got a delay.
Mills. Pardon?
He's got a delay, Ozark. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's been going on all night. So okay.
So we got one of those Alaskan mills, and like I said, we just got in that 40-inch bar, and I put it on the saw. And it's about the max that saw can handle. But we're going to make our own slabs. But I also want some dimensional lumber. I found somebody to do it. I've just got to haul it to them. They won't come to me.
And you mentioned Meg's new rig. He's got a big.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'd love to have that. We'd be all over it out here with that.
Yeah, so Meg bought a big rig, the pull start engine, band saws, going down the rail, do a log, and turn it into lumber type deal. So that's his latest project he's having fun with.
Oh, I'm jealous of that rig that he's got. But I need something that can do 36-inch or larger logs. So that's a hoss right there. So I've actually got a vendor who does slabs and stuff like that. They've done floating shells for us. They've done bar tops for us. And he's now got a 42-inch bandsaw mill. So he told me if I bring it to him, he'll mill it up for him.
Hmm.
He'll either do it on the halves or I can pay him either way. If he puts it in his kilns, then it's an 80-20 split. He gets 80 and I get 20. I'd rather just pay him at that point.
Yeah.
But we figured out what we're doing for our trip to
Well,
LA.
Jim,
And
my internet is really crappy. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna jump out.
okay.
Okay, Thors.
See you in a little bit.
All right,
Dave, good night.
Yep.
thanks for coming on.
So we're gonna go to that wedding in July, and then I'm gonna go see Pat, or we hope to go see Pat. But then we're hopping on the train. We're gonna go all the way to Seattle on the what is it, the Zephyr or something like that, the Amtrak. So we get to see all the sights and don't have to deal with the goofy people.
Are you gonna go on the Space Needle, do the pier, all the stuff?
We haven't decided how much time we're going to spend in Seattle yet. We will at least spend a day out there because, Amtrak's notoriously running late, and we don't want to be catching a flight the next morning and get in at 4 a.m. and all that. So we're supposed to get in at like 2:30 in the afternoon. But if we're running late, we'll at least spend the next day in Seattle. So I'll be harping on you guys to tell me where to go. I'd like to go to the market, the famous market, and
The touristy places, the farmers market,
Mhm.
Space Needle, Seattle Center. I don't know. Hendricks Museum. I don't know. That's the touristy stuff. Underground Seattle. We just
they're going through the train yards. Yeah, Pat. But we're going to catch it in. Oh gosh, they're in North LA, and then we're doing the nonstop, or the one where you don't have to get off the train. But why not?
Pat being a Dougie Downer. Geez, Pat.
Doggy downer. Dang, Pat, we're coming to see you too, buddy.
Yeah. And let's see, when are you going? So the weather should be good.
End of July.
Yeah, it's gonna be good up north. Yeah.
The wedding's like the 26th or 27th or something like that. So we'll be coming back in August.
Yeah, it'll be good weather for Seattle. Well, you could always go to Spuds and go to Alki Beach and look at the city from the other side of the water. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what.
Yeah, it runs up the coast from LA to San Francisco, then it goes inland and runs up the middle of California through Oregon and Washington, comes out there in Seattle. So why not?
See, I think if you had more time, you would love the rainforest. You would love the mountains, all that kind of stuff. The woodsy stuff.
Oh, absolutely. I'd love to see the redwoods.
Yeah, the big ass tree. Yeah, you would like that stuff, and then the ocean. But that's not kind of a quick, we're here for a few days type deal.
Right.
That's where the beauty is. Yeah.
Absolutely. California is a gorgeous state. Tons of stuff to see.
Yes, same. I was talking Washington, but same with
Washington too. Yeah.
California, go to the neat parks and the trees and the away from people type stuff. Same with Washington. Yeah. Unless you want a little nightlife and wake up, in and out.
We might catch a Mariners game if they're in town.
Yeah. Yeah.
Twine's got the MLB passport book where you go to their office in the stadium and they stamp your passport. So that's one of her bucket lists, is to go to all the stadiums.
There you go.
She's got like 14 of them stamped already. Something way up. She's been way more parks than I have.
Yeah. But you definitely like the country stuff, the outdoor stuff. It's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Then sometime in August, we're going to be down to St. Pete. We're going to go scallop fishing. Head up somewhere north of Tampa and go scallop fishing in one of the rivers.
I don't know. Maybe you should go for some gooey duck while you're in the Northwest. Mm. Mm. Speaking of tree,
Kyle, I just did that for a dresser for my for one of the girls. Put blue tape down the edge of the crack for the length of it both ways, and then take a putty knife, just like you're putting sheetrock mud and drywall, and you press your glue down into that crack, and then you need to compress it both this way and vertically, so you can put sticks on there, or boards on there and clamp it, but then squeeze it together. Works great. And then the tape saves you from having to refinish the top. There's another way to do it where you can put a shop vac on the bottom of the crack and then put your wood glue, and it will suck the wood glue into the crack. But we didn't have good enough access. There was a drawer pocket there. But you can do it either way.
oh, it turned into boxing. Jeez.
You got UFC on?
Yeah, the free stuff. Now it's pay, so it turned into boxing.
Conor McGregor for Prime Minister of Ireland.
Oh, good luck with that. He's had a lot of bad press on on his home life, on his nightlife, But I don't know.
Oh God, wait. I've been going all day.
Patriot Paul is here. Hey, Patriot Paul.
There's Paul.
Good to see you. Paul. Rhymes with Paul.
Well, Wallace, looks like y'all are about to get over your drought here pretty soon. You're about to have more rain than you want in a few days.
Yeah, Susan was bitching already. The thunderstorms came through this evening, and I had to walk out to the truck and get something. And she said, "Don't go out there. There's lightning." I mean, it's not going to hit me. I'm wearing a pair of flip flops. But yeah, we've been really dry for the last few weeks. So,
Yeah, they said your worst drought in like 20 years in Florida.
Yeah, so
Kyle, I'd have to see some pictures of that.
Oh, John, it had to be in Ireland a bunch of times. First time? No.
You got a phone, Tin Man, use it.
Oh.
Wallace, are you seeing a change in the amount of freight moving?
for us, it's been going well. The guys on the docks, who pull containers and stuff, I don't know how they're doing, but now we have one customer that gets probably 4 or 5 loads out of South Korea, and they kind of the Korean stuff undercut us. So there's a possibility that once that all their Korean stuff dries up, that they'll get back to us because it'll be just as cheap or just as expensive, however you want to look at it. And that was a sweet little run. I mean, we were doing like 3 and 4 loads, sometimes 3 or 4 loads a day to them when things were really going well. But even when things started to slow down, we were still doing, probably 6 or 7 loads a week. And then they got this Korean stuff come in, and it just, we got 2 loads a week now going to them. So, but
well, the trucking companies are the first indicator the economy's about to start booming again because the trucks are rolling hard.
So, I mean, and as far as liquid goes, I mean, we're still doing a pretty good job. So there's been one month you don't get any sleep. The next month it's like, okay, still paying the bills and everything, just a little slower.
You haul a tanker?
Yeah. I pull a lot of resins used for pipes, boats, and natural marble, man-made marble, where they take the limestone and other materials and mix it in with the resins and the hardeners and make countertops.
Right.
That's the big one that we were just talking about. That's up by Cal in Adairsville.
We install a lot of that stuff.
If any of it was made by LX,
but it's not all quartz.
yeah. If it was made by LX, we hauled it.
We buy a lot of that from a company out of Dallas called MSI. It's amazing what the markup on granite and quartz and all that is. What I'm buying for $8 a square foot, you'll go to Lowe's or Home Depot and it'll be $60. It's like, yeah.
And if you saw how much that they just scrapped and just threw in the dump, the dumpsters, it's just like, you think just grind it up and use it sell it as gravel for driveways and stuff.
Or little projects and things like that,
Yeah. You're hauling the powder?
No, I haul the actual liquid resin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like a fiberglass. Well, I mean, they take the same stuff, change the formula around a little bit. It's like Mexican food. They just change the ingredients, all the same ingredients. Then they make stingray boats and all kind of boats out.
Just depends on what hardener they put in with the base. Yeah.
Exactly. What's up, Tim?
What's up? Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Nope.
Nothing.
Sound
Nothing.
good.
Can't hear anything.
This is a new mic, so this is a serious question.
Oh, no, I hear you fine.
What happened to Tin Man? What's going on? No?
All right, I guess I better go. See you guys later.
Jim, I think it's called getting a dad bod. Oh, are you talking about his mic? Yeah.
Yeah, both can be true.
Now it's downloading. It's taking a minute.
I hope that mic works out really well and you tell us the brand and everything. And then hopefully it's not too expensive.
Whatever was cheap on Amazon, it was like $30.
Ooh.
That's cheap,
Mm-hmm.
isn't it? For one of those with your spit screen and all that fancy gear.
I just wanted one with the stupid arm so I can have it move around if I need to instead of just sitting here taking up room.
Yeah, he does need some stuff on the walls, doesn't he, Miss Tim Man?
It's not a spit screen. It's a puffy screen or screen. So
That's called a pop filter.
Yeah, so your P's don't sound like.
I
Your S's aren't so. I don't know.
think it should have a certain shape. It's, whatever.
Oh, here. How about that?
Oh, hell.
Mm.
There you go. It lights up.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
Now
that's
now I'm
some
trying to get rid of those.
See, she thinks the room looks boring and I should paint it. Well, why would I do that when I can just turn on my microphone?
He's got a disco ball microphone. Oh my god.
Right.
Done.
Kyle, there's no fixing that, buddy. That biscuit, what happened is it dried too fast. And fill it with resin. I know a guy that hauls it by the tanker full. So
Pop filter. Pop filter.
bougie.
Hey, that
Yeah,
looks like a
Pat.
good mic for $30.
Yeah, Pat, the hot rod memory upgraded laptop. I let it sit forever, and now I fired it up for like 3 hours the other day just to make sure it was all updated and all that good stuff. Well, now the battery is not taking a charge. My eBay battery is not taking a charge, so
Oh, jeez.
yeah, it's fine. It was like $20. I figured it would happen. I'm just happy it didn't burn the house down.
We have Shell here, and he says, "Hi, all. I am okay." Oh, warning, Will Rock.
You'll have PTSD by the end of this show.
Glad you're okay.
So
Yeah.
before I jumped in the shower, I popped on YouTube in the living room on the TV, and Andy was on. And Twine asks, "Is that a picture of him in the background?"
That's what I thought too.
Uh,
Oh, I love Andy.
yeah,
Awkward.
the flasher.
I
Yeah,
couldn't help but react that night.
yeah, that mic looks good for $30. You got all the bells and whistles. How do you adjust all your settings on it? You do it like, is there an app or?
No, there's a gain knob right here. I can turn the volume up and then turn it down and then do all that good stuff and then just whatever the computer did when I plugged it in.
Okay.
The arm is kind of chintzy. Like
Mhm. It's like a lamp.
Yeah, mine's like a lamp arm. Yeah,
Mhm.
I got it
Yeah.
clamped onto a shelf.
Yeah, I don't remember what I paid for it, so I just looked it up and it's $40,
Okay.
not 30. My bad. There's the brand name.
Yeah.
No.
My but English is my second language. Some days.
What was that called? Homo? Homo?
Yeah, the homo.
Homo.
It's probably going to get more expensive soon.
But when you stick it up your hiney, it lights up.
It makes you no.
Oh, Mrs. Tin Man. You could have bought a gallon of paint with that money. Why? She didn't like the color of your walls in there?
I did paint this room. I didn't want to paint it a stupid color. Sorry.
No. Well, there's always an accent wall. That's to keep the women's happy. They have an accent wall.
It looks fine.
Yeah. Just start hanging crap up there, your signs and
No,
I
paint
do
that.
have a couple pictures out in the garage I could put up here, but one of them says my last name. I'm not sure about that one.
Just paint that beam behind you, just the face of it. Say, there. There you go. There's your color. It's my accent wall.
Paint it red and yellow.
yeah, paint some prison bars behind you.
Yeah, whatever color they want. Yep.
Got louder when you spoke to the side of it. Knob did nothing. Yeah, I don't know if this thing's junk or good or what. Couldn't tell you
Well, it's working tonight.
I can hear it. Yeah.
for now. Hi, buddy. The cat's in here.
Oh, let's see if we can hear Walter. Yes. Walter has a little whiny bitch meow, doesn't he?
He sounds like he just smoked a pack of Lucky Strikes. Is what he sounds like.
Hawk up a
He's raspy.
hawk up a hair
Now he's busy chewing on cardboard. He'll be a little bit.
I'm just on
Wow.
it's a head for the tripod where you put the camera on. You got a remote control to run the your left and right and up and down, your pan and tilt.
Yeah, they got them now that'll follow your mic that you got pinned to your shirt.
Yeah, this one doesn't follow the mic, or it may, but it does have the facial recognition, and you can do that with it too. So, because when I'm really zoomed in with the new camera, trying to get it adjusted, everything centered, it just becomes a real pain in the butt. So I figured I'd go with that, and so far it worked out pretty good so far today. So,
People will do their videos with those new iPhones and they have that setting turned on where it kind of blurs out the background and it just kind of focuses on them, but then it's like constantly adjusting back and forth between the two. God, that makes me sick to my stomach. Watch those. Like, turn that crap off if you're walking around.
Oh, if Pat is still here, I forgot to show him what you texted me on your computer. I forgot to show my son. I'm sorry. I forgot all about that. And then Tin Man, how's it been going off the vape?
Fine.
Wow.
I mean, it sucks. I mean, it's not fine. It really, really sucks. But
Okay. Yeah, I thought that smirk didn't mean fine.
The
Fine.
camera didn't show the 4 fist holes in the wall back there, but yeah.
no,
It's fine.
you know, work is probably the hardest.
Yeah.
Driving.
Driving sucked too. Or after, like, I took my wife out for Mexican food tonight for Mother's Day. And man, after that big ass meal, I was like, man, some nicotine would sure hit the spot right now. But no.
Yeah,
Well,
when I quit smoking, driving was the hardest part, or a big meal, or after about that third beer.
Yeah, driving. I just get bored driving because I drive, 50 miles a day. It's like gives you something to do or gives you.
Get you some sunflower seeds is what I did. I used 2 solo cups. I get one out of the cup, chew it, take it out, but it give you something to do with your hands.
Well, the big thing is after 72 hours, the physical addiction's out of your body. Then it's all just a friggin' head game.
It's the muscle memory crap and the boredom. Yeah.
It's
It
the
does
hand.
get hard.
Yeah, it's the hand.
Every once in a while, I'll be driving down the road, or I'll be standing there in the truck stop, look at the cigarette rack, and I shoot snuff mostly. I started smoking when I was like 12. Yeah. I grew up in a house where everybody smoked. I was walking around the house all the day.
Walter, nobody wants to see your asshole.
He's giving us the one eye.
There's your microphone right there.
That's right.
Fuzzy cover.
Talk into that. Yeah.
I'm surprised you don't get pulled over smoking a toaster driving, because it looks like you're huffing on something else. Without like gangbangers do, whatever they.
Cops don't give a shit. They know. Well, nobody's smoking a doobie and having that much smoke come out either. I mean, it's a ton.
Yeah, but you can get vapes now with the THC in it, and you can't tell the
Dude,
difference.
if they pulled over every car that vape, they'd be nonstop just profiling people with that.
Every teenager in Iowa could be getting pulled over.
Oh yeah, it is becoming time to shave Walter. The summer's coming, and yeah,
We were just talking about that. He's starting to lay on his back. That's how we know when he's hot.
yeah. Leon will do that too, just full belly up in the air. Yeah.
Well, help
Rub my
yourself.
belly.
He's sniffing it. He's like, "What the hell's this?" It is time for a shave, but I don't. The last groomer didn't work out too good. There's a lady like 5 blocks away from us that has a dog grooming place, and I'm thinking about calling her. Be like, hey, will you shave my pussy? I know you don't really do cats, but your website says dogs, but can you give it a shot? See what they says. A lot of them will be like, nah.
We'll go buy you some clippers. By the time you do the second clipping, they'll have paid for themselves.
I know I've got clippers, but I don't know if they're like safe for cats because cats have super sensitive skin. Like if you get a pinch, they'll bleed so easy.
Yeah, they do.
And yeah, his name's Walter.
Just put the guard on. Put a number 1 or number 2 on.
Yeah, I know, but still, if it's like his belly skin hangs down, if that gets in there, dude, it'll chew him up.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't.
Give him a mohawk.
Just getting a damn cat to stand still long enough to let you trim them is the
Yeah.
half
You're gonna bleed more. You or the cat.
He's pretty chill, man. He doesn't really buck or fight or. I mean, when you're giving him a haircut.
I had one cat. He loved to be vacuumed. He fire up the vacuum, then he'd stand there and it's like, and
Wow.
and vacuum it. And the other cat we had at the same time, she would hear that vacuum fire up, and she'd find the highest place
Yeah.
in the house to hide.
Yeah. Minnie does not like to vacuum. She'll tolerate it as long as I'm not close. Leon doesn't like it either. It's not natural.
My niece has got one of those outdoor vacuums in her house, and the cat sits on it, rides around on it while it's sweeping the floors.
Oh.
Oh, I should try a Flowbee. Maybe that would work. Remember those, the Flowbees?
If he doesn't mind the sound and the suction. Oh. All right. Yeah, you mentioned
Lady.
would you mention belly skin or whatever? I was gonna do a video on cat belly
On your belly skin?
that portion because when Leon runs, he can't see my hands. It sways back and forth. You know how lions have that pooch?
Yeah, it's called pooch. Yep.
Both ours are females, and that spay pooch they get, it's like
Yeah.
a bat wing on a fat lady.
Yeah. So
Walter's got one.
when Leon trots, it sways right and left. I'm like, I got to do a video on this and then cover the originality, how it came from the lion, because lions have really short hair except for that spot. It's huge. And it's so they can stretch when they're all stretched out, they need that extra skin there, when they're jumping or whatever. Anyway, I was going to do a whole what do you call wildlife show on that, and I never did. And Minnie's got one too. She's got a little bear belly. It's so funny to come behind them when they're running. And
Let him fuss
Can you
at
hear him?
Yeah.
He's getting pissed. You mentioned his pooch, and I started touching his pooch, and I was getting pissed.
yeah. Well, they got to be in the mood to get to play with the pooch. Yeah. Yeah. How's it going, Walter? I love that stare. Oh my gosh. I love that stare.
Yeah, pooch.
When you did that video when he was pissed, he was in the window and he's looking at you pissed. That is
He always looks
hilarious.
pissed.
That's the most hilarious thing ever. No, his eyes are killer.
Give me that pooch. Oh, now he's done.
Our Russian blue will flop down in front of you, just wanting you to rub her belly. And you'll kick her if you're not careful.
Yep, they only tolerate it for so long. Once they're done, they're done.
Uncle John, I can one up you on that. I got a house lady. I hate vacuuming so much.
Yeah, we got lots of carpet upstairs here. And the landing and the stairs. Cats are chewing it up. Oh man, it's bad. There's a spot they love. It's bad, bad, bad. We got to do floors here, but what do you do? Where do you
Did
pull
you
it
just say
from?
your cats are chewing up your carpet?
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, he's got his little scratching post, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
There's a spot at the second to the top stair, right when you're the front door, you can see, oh, it's bad. And now they're going after the ones that are going up to the landing, the ones that, you know how the stairways are curved, and they're chewing, they're scratch. Oh, I just want to kill those son of bitches. And there's no fixing it. You can't fix it.
a little tie-in in it.
You can't patch that up. You could do the old bald head spray, so you don't see the wood. That's about all you can do. Oh, and I'm afraid to I don't know what floors to use. And if we do the floors, we still got to use, what do we use on the stair? Oh, I'm going to leave all this remodeling to the son. He's going to be pissed.
Get the Ron Popeil last seen on TV hairspray.
Oh. When we both croak, it's going to be in disarray because it was neglected. You know, the roof is coming sooner or later. Got to do the roof. Would love to put a layer on the driveway. I would love to have new asphalt on the driveway, a new layer, just a complete smooth layer. That's 30.
You got a big ass driveway. That would cost a lot of money.
It's like 30 grand. 30 grand.
That's
seems
cheap
cheap.
if you're getting it for that. Yeah.
I would jump all over 30 grand.
I had someone give me a bid, and I was so shell shocked. I'll get back to you. You know, he gave me a patching price and then a whole steamroller price. And they do the place next door, you know, all the individual people pay for it. And I thought, well, you know, while they're here, it's like, oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
But it'd be so nice. Oh.
Yeah, in our last development we did, the asphalt cost as much as the curb and gutter and road prep combined. So
Yeah.
all the base, all the curb and gutter, all the sidewalks, that was cheaper than the asphalt. 24-foot asphalt.
Well, they also do roads around here, neighborhoods where it's like recycled tires, you know, and goo, and they go by and boom, they're done. As soon as their machinery goes by. But the asphalt is so good in the snow because it melts, you know, it's hot.
Mm-hmm.
And you plow it, and it's dry.
And because you plow it, you don't want to do chip and seal. So, yeah.
Yeah, you can't do that stuff. And then if you let it, here's the problem. If you let it go, it's going to all crack up and just be garbage. So it's time to do it.
You could seal it if that's what you're worried about.
I've tried that. And in this sun, it's gone. It's garbage. I've tried the tar stuff. Oh, it's bad. It just doesn't work. I want a layer. I want a good layer on that. Not bulldozed, rollered.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched them do it. I could see it from my house, and they're using these blowers to blow the crap out of the cracks and everything. And they kind of just work their way up the hill, and it looks so nice. So nice, but it's expensive as hell. We don't cut that. Yeah.
I mean, a load of gravel, just regular unwashed gravel, like you'd put down as base. You know, you're looking $850 now for a load, and washed gravel is going to be about $1,100. So
Yeah.
none of it's cheap. It takes a lot of diesel to do all that.
Yeah,
Not gonna
at
go over
least,
400 bucks.
at least
Yeah.
that was all done. We just have to go over the top.
Mhm.
So
Right.
all that crushed gravel and stuff has been done.
Well, just, then they're mixing asphalt and recycled tires and recycled shingles and everything else in there with it too. But, yeah, it's just, it's all expensive now.
Yep. And I watch it every year and I'm like, oh, what if this starts just cracking into those small circles? Bad, bad, bad. And we have heavy trucks, we have heavy trucks coming up here, and I'm sure that's not helping. So propane trucks ain't light, and we've had some big ones up here. Lord knows. with cement.
However they did that base is what makes that asphalt last.
Yeah. Well, it's got a lot of gravel under it. Yeah, it was done right.
Mhm.
You can see it on the sides, they had a good layer. Hopefully they come up with a new wonder material. It's super cheap.
You can tell in South Carolina when they might grind it just a little bit, but the concrete's all broken up and shattered and Chico, but then they put the asphalt over it, but you're just laying asphalt over bad concrete, and so the roads they're slightly less rough for right now, but I can just see in a year or two.
Yeah, if you look at any neighborhoods that have it, it cracks. It just any parking lot. Hey, Chico Weiss is here. Hey, Chico.
Chico, what up, man?
Chico, he got a whole new house.
What? Oh yeah, he redid his reloading room and his top, his bench, and everything's new.
You got the chickens out in the yard, or are they still in the basement with you?
Oh no, they'd never been in the basement. I wouldn't allow that.
Or in the garage or wherever it was?
Yeah, they're out in the garage. And no, they've been outside for 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Chico, I have a question for you. And a long, long time ago, 6 more years, you sent me some samples of powder coat, and one is purple. And I did a video right before my back went out with that purple, but I don't know what it is. And I was doing it because Texas 6 was, trying a different purple and having problems with it. And I was like, well, let me try this purple and see if it works. And next time he runs out of purple, because Penny likes purple. And it's kind of like a transparent purple. Do you remember? And I went through all your videos. I see the purple bullets on the side while you're talking about something else, but not the video on using that purple. So, Chico, if you know what it is, let me know.
What purple was 6
Oh,
Texas using?
candy purple.
Was it that Sinbad purple from Prismatic Powders?
I don't know. Chico's going to have to, yes, candy purple. Okay, because it does have transparent in it. It's got clear in it.
Mhm.
And so it's really hard. It doesn't look like it totally covers, but it's really hard. It's like my raspberry, which is just awesome.
Yeah, it's like a clear coat with it. Yeah.
Yeah, so you get the blotchy raspberry, but this doesn't blotch as much. But it's definitely it's hard. You can't scrape that off. Okay, so candy purple. It's like no, do I have candy raspberry? So it's just the purple version of the raspberry. All right. I'm thinking it was Eastwood because the raspberry's Eastwood.
Dude, that Chromachrome by Powder by the Pound. I love that.
Yeah, that looks like chrome.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll do that one and then
Come on.
Yeah.
That is gorgeous.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's vampire bullet stuff.
It goes on gray, and man, it comes out just like a mirror.
It's almost as pretty as Andy and his thong.
This one's that Sinbad purple from Prismatic.
Wow, that looks like blue in my screen.
This is Ford Light Blue. Yeah, it's probably
Yeah,
shitty.
your Ford light blue looks light in my screen. Weird.
This
Okay.
camera kind of whitewash is real bad.
All right. So he said it was an Eastwood. All right. Anyway, I did a video on it, never posted it. Just because I wanted to see what the purple would do, and I was curious, and I looked for any video, couldn't find it on what you were using. Anyway, thanks, Chico. It was fun. The powder coat was weird. I say it in the video. It felt like, and it could be because it's so old. It felt like baking soda, really dry, and it almost even had little silver flake looking stuff in it, which is probably the clear, the white. It looks white until it melts.
You're doing a candy powder coat. You cannot do it on a rainy day. It will not build up a charge. You got to do it on a nice, bright, sunny day.
Yeah, or heat your container and your bullets just very slightly. Yeah.
At your altitude in the summer, it ought to be awesome.
The highest humidity Jim ever sees is probably 30%.
Right.
No, it will. I will notice some humidity when it rains, because everything is just trying to steam from the ground.
That's why your snow melts so fast, because your humidity is so low.
But when it snows, it's dry. It's like everything's sucked dry. So yeah. Ford light blue was a darker color. Because Ford only used like 3 years, huh?
Oh, when they were doing the Formula One stuff or the Le Mans, yeah.
Yeah, it's a great powder coat color, I tell you that. That's my favorite for finding them in the backyard.
This camera ain't gonna show that.
You need you a little under the shelf.
Okay, it still looks like dark blue.
Yeah, it's purple on the left and Ford Light Blue on the right.
It's got to be your camera or my screen, because that looks like a Ford dark blue.
Yeah, the camera, like I said, the camera whitewash is pretty bad.
That little bit of blue tint in your LEDs, yeah.
Yeah, I have some of your purple hollow points, and it's more of a. It's not like a purple. It's more of a, not maroon. What's the color I'm looking for? Anyway, color of a floor.
Yeah, that's the color that those bullets are. It's the same color.
Yeah. Okay.
That's that Sinbad purple or whatever. I don't even know how to describe it.
Need you some plum crazy purple. Some plum crazy purple.
I bet they make a powder coat in that color. Just gotta find the RAL number.
Oh, geez, Pat, that's probably going to be some thick, lumpy stuff. Yeah, I remember that Elvis stuff. He got a whole bunch of surplus. Yeah. Shake it real good. Shake it off real good.
Statutory grape.
That's a name right there. That is the powder coat name.
Statutory grape.
If I ever heard one, there you go, Pat. You got to patent that. As a matter of fact, you should make sure you get a website before anyone takes that. That's a good YouTube handle. Yeah.
I'm sure it's taken.
Yeah. Battleship Gray.
I've gotten to where of course I hadn't ordered a whole lot here lately, but that powder by the pound, I hadn't found anything from you that doesn't work well.
Yeah.
I
That's
just
what Taco uses.
Ford Light Blue. I don't care what color the bullets are. You know what I mean? That shit just works.
You know those 30 cows that we did Tres Amigos with? That's that purple candy. It's almost transparent. They almost look blue.
It
You
looks
know.
clear. Yeah, it looks clear with a hue to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Nice and strong clear coat though. Yeah. Yeah, Ford Light Blue and Aqua never fail, and I like mixing the Aqua and the Ford Light Blue, but they show up so good in the backyard. Other colors blend with red leaves and yellow and green, and it's just so easy.
I don't know if I'm going to use anything but that chromachrome anymore. It coats so well.
Oh, I couldn't use that because all the airplanes that go by are going to say, "What the hell is that?" They see all these sparkles. Yeah, no. I'll have helicopters flying over trying to figure that out.
We did that lime green on the base of some 45s. And man, you talking about watching a bullet fly across the range. With that lime green.
Thanks, Chico. That was from the Powder Coat store. Thank you, Chico. All right, send me a text. Powder Coat store, candy purple.
Oh, it's from Amazon.
Ugh.
Okay.
That's why I like shooting 45s and the Ford Light Blue on a sunny day. You can just watch that bullet fly.
Mhm.
I need to go shooting so bad. I don't even have any ammo to load. Everything's already loaded. My ammo boxes are full. I just need to go get rid of some of the shit so I can sit here.
You either need to start shooting or buy some brass, buddy.
I've got tons of brass. I don't need to load anything. I got 100 rounds 45 right here. I got probably 209 millimeter, 10 millimeter. I got 100 rounds. I mean,
Let's see. This was today. 44 mags. Nope.
Yeah, I'm good on ammo. Those are all.
Until the shelves are sagging, you don't have enough, right, Pat?
Yeah.
Well, hell, and behind these 300 blackout, there's all my 357, 38, 10. They're all full. I just need to get out and do something.
Well, I like these Hornady XTP hollow points. I've loaded up 100 critter loads.
Precision Delta. I'm going to try their 124 grain Jacket hollow point V1s. Because they don't have a bad review on them, not a single one, and they're only like 11 cents a piece for a Jacket hollow point.
9 millimeter.
Yeah. I don't think they're for self-defense. They're just like a target bullet. But I'd still be curious to see what they do in a box of sand or milk jug or something.
Yep, you need some big bore pistol calibers.
No, I don't.
You got young kids. You're spending money on other things right now.
No shit. That ain't no shit.
Pat saying 458.
I need a new pistol scope. Because this thing's a piece of crap.
Is that the 4 power?
It sure is.
It looks big too.
I'd say it's I don't know, 9 inches long. I can eyeball 9 inches long all day. That seems about 9 inches. I think I'm just going to get that 2.5 power just to get me going. That NC Star that you got for $40 or whatever. Screw it.
2 power, just put a red dot on it, call it good.
Yeah, I'll get a better one later. Well, I want to get a different barrel too. I'll get a red dot on a 357 barrel. The 300 blackout, I kind of want some magnification on it.
Yeah, the 2.5 power really helps over a red dot. Just seeing, instead of putting a big round target out there, you can go smaller. It's 70 yards. It's a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
was it last week on Gun Collective? Taurus has come out with a break action single shot pistol.
Really?
Yeah, and he was like, they're getting really good reviews. He said they're actually kind of cool.
Do they
So
have swappable barrels on them, or?
yeah, I don't know. They just rolled out with them, but he don't pull any punches if something's a piece of crap.
Well, yeah, Rossi did that, so of course maybe Taurus does it, but they weren't. Their 300 Blackout wasn't interchangeable with barrels
Oh, really? You can't change the barrels out?
on the Rossi pistol break open.
Hmm.
It was dedicated just for 300 Blackout. So
Yeah, that's kind of a deal breaker then. I love being able to swap barrels.
Right.
So,
maybe Taurus is going to bump it up and say, okay, these will fit our frames.
well, because what's his face? Greg Ritz for Thompson Center, he's all focused on the Encore. It's like, that's cool, man, but you got all these contender guys out here that want barrels.
Hey, Marine Mo, what's up?
And these SSK barrels that you and I bought for what, $240?
Yeah,
They're $500 now.
I know. I was saying buy.
Nuts.
I know. I was saying
Yeah,
buy.
I think he's running into a cash flow problem. That's why you're seeing Thompson Center starting going slow. He was going to use all those components that were already on the shelves and build a bunch of rifles, but I don't know. I think he's running out of money.
He's going the wrong way. People wanted barrels. People wanted barrels. That's an easy thing to start doing. And then sell your frames and everything. But people wanted the older barrels for what they already have.
I don't think it was a bad move to start making them frames again, too, because you can't find Encore frames hardly anywhere. I mean,
No, I mean, I
get it.
I want to get back into the Encore game also,
Mhm.
but yeah, you got to sell one of your kidneys just to buy a frame and barrel, whatever you want.
Yeah,
We're
as
out
long
here anyways.
as the barrels ain't $500, he'll probably be all right.
Yeah.
Guns, water, 5 or 6 is it? It's like a 410. No, it's different.
I was looking for that single shot pistol you guys were talking about from Taurus and couldn't find it on their website. But I just stumbled into their executive grade 357 Magnum pistol. Well, yeah, their executive grade revolvers. Kind of interesting.
Is that the Raging Hunter or whatever? What the hell is that called?
These are basically J or K frames, not their hunting revolvers. Well, they have one here for $1,100 for a Taurus, so it better be damn good. I tell you what, if it shoots as well as it looks, yeah, I'd have no trouble with this. Despite what David says, I need to be a billionaire so I can friggin' buy all the friggin' guns I want to buy.
The problem with having with those Raging Hunters was pins backing out of them and screws shearing off.
Somebody needs to get into making pistol scopes that aren't, outrageously expensive.
They got to be the demand for them is a problem.
There's a market, just like Thompson barrels.
Well, I mean, there's a reason Leupold quit making them. Everybody's pretty much quit making them. The only one that still has one is what's it, Burris, or is that Burris?
The Burris Scout.
or you can get like a UTG makes one, but they get really mixed reviews, or the NC Star, or like the cheaper ones. But hell, even Loophole stopped making them. If you find a Loophole pistol scope on eBay, it's $300 for a used one all day long. That's on the cheap end.
Yeah, they still have Simmons and brands like that, but
The problem is with a Simmons, how do you warranty that, and how do you get it to service?
You can't. They're not around anymore. But
And Loophole,
for the loopholes, you can.
will Loophole even service their pistol scopes since they discontinued them? I don't know.
Yeah, they'll service anything they've ever made.
I know Loophole makes good shit. And there ain't no doubt in that.
They're very proud of their stuff.
Yeah. It's a good scope.
CVA. Yeah, it's the CVA that had the 300 blackout that was only for that. You couldn't interchange.
I love you, baby. I'll see you in a little bit. Actually, Leopold has a 3-18 rifle scope. It's one of their 5 Mark 5s, and it's just a hair under $2,000. That's just like,
Yikes.
It's just they're so arrogant about their price. They if you buy a scope and you have any kind of electronics on it, it's an automatic $500 extra. Yeah,
You might
it's
as well
like,
buy a Night Force if you're going to spend that kind of money.
yeah. I mean, yeah, they're that same Mark 5 with electronics. I think it's only $23.99. Yeah, so it might only be $400 extra. I mean, they must be making everything out of solid gold. All the wiring and everything must, instead of being copper, it's gold and clad in gold. So that's, and I used to buy Leopold all the time, but it seemed like I'd spend half my time just re-zeroing the scope every time I went to the range.
Oh, really?
And then, yeah. And then,
I'm partial to Vortex because I'm a hunter because of their warranty. Because if you drop it, break it, whatever, send it to them. They don't care if you bought it from them or somebody else. They'll warranty for.
I have a couple Vortexes that they've covered the warranty, no problem. Of course, Leopold has a lifetime warranty also,
Right.
But yeah, like I said, they just whatever Leopold has, you can buy a track Toric for about $500 less, and or yeah, like you said, you're in the Vortex, the high end Vortexes, the Night Forces and stuff. Yeah, it's
My only Loophole is a 3x9, an older one that's on my Seiko, and it holds 0. Came with the rifle, never touched it.
they're old 3-9, the Very X's. I mean, they were okay scopes. I mean, they definitely had good glass in them. But like I said, sometimes you'd spend half the day just getting them re-zeroed. And this is back before any scope that had a target turret, and we're talking in the 90s. You're talking, $15, maybe $2,000, 1990s dollars. Yeah, so it's not like now where you can pick up a friggin'. I took an SWFA, a rifle that had an SWFA 10 power on it, and
Careful, man.
what's that?
Nothing.
But I mean, it was perfectly zeroed. The rifle took a shit on me, but the scope was fine. Is that Athlon?
I really like this one. That is a fixed 4-power prism scope.
I got a couple of Athlons, and they're good. They're
I
good.
like Athlons.
I like the reticles. I like Athlon's reticles
I do too.
with
I've
the
got
chevron in it. Yeah.
Like a 4-16, I think, or a 4-18. by 44 on that Compass. I really like that scope too. I think Athlon makes really good stuff. Yeah, it's all made in China, but it's
Well, once again, it depends on which grade you have. I ordered one. It wouldn't hold zero, just going through the power ring.
right.
But it was
And
like
they-
a $200. It was a $200 scope. But then I bought one of their $600 ones, and I'm running on my AR-10 right now.
Yep.
So and it's
That's
starting to get a little bit
And,
rattled.
yeah. Mhm.
But I think it's going to start to rattle apart. But that's just because AR-10s, any kind of 30 caliber autoloaders are nasty on a scope.
That's why I put my Vortex on my AR-10.
Well, something I've learned on shoot some of this high kicking stuff in a gas gun is when you're putting your scope in your rings, put a drop of blue Loctite on the ring and then bed your scope into it. And I do it on the top side too. I have never had one slip on me since I've started doing that.
So far, I haven't had any slippage, and I haven't been putting any blue Loctite on it. I'll put a dab on the screws, but still keep the torque at 18
Right.
pounds. And then
Jim, what's the eye relief like on that Primary Arms Prism scope that your boy got?
It's pretty good. That's a little bugger too. What power is that? Three power. He's got. That's an actual
like 3 or
folding
4 inches.
It's an actual folding rifle stock on there. So, and it's not even to the end. So that's pretty good. I would say, I don't know. He was shooting it. I don't think, did I shoot it? I don't know. I looked through it and it's cool. It's got a good reticle. It's clear and it's tiny. Gosh, what am I going to guess? I need his stock right now just to see. I'm going to guess 3.5 or so, maybe 4. He could probably move it up more.
About average for a Prism scope. Okay, I think that's what about this one is, like 3.5 or 4 inches or something.
Yeah, because prisms don't give you a lot if you got using a long stock, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So what do you have, like a carbine collapsible?
I don't want to say.
Oh, okay. All right.
That should give you your answer.
All right.
now, as far as Athlon goes, they actually have a 10 power, which I assume they're building it to compete with the SWFA, and it's actually a nicer looking scope. First couple times I used it, I wasn't real impressed with it, and then the only real complaint I have with it, of course, the glass is the reticle is just a little bit thin. You know, that whatever reticle they're using it from, because it's a fixed power, they could have gone with something just slightly thicker, at least for my eyesight.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems to, after I've used it a couple times, it's actually I'm starting to like it a little bit better than when I first got it. So maybe it needed, heat and there are things that will affect your scope you don't think about. But yeah, if it's really cold, really hot, that'll affect the how well they work also. It's not just vibration and all that. Of course, that's a big factor also.
Yeah, fix it's going to be more reliable, less moving parts. So
I picked up that Spark 2 when these were $99. I think I sent it to you guys. It has the 3 different bases that come with it.
yeah,
I'd be comfortable shooting that off a revolver or a pistol
Yeah.
because it's the big eye, and at a 2 power, I'd be at that point. I'm like, put a red dot on,
Yeah.
and you can use both eyes open, whatever you want.
Yeah. I think when I do a 357 barrel, for my contender pistol. I'll just put a red dot on it, like an ultra dot or something. I've heard really good things about the ultra dot match dots. And those aren't too bad price wise, like $200 for the red. I mean, it's a big ass red dot though. It's a tube red dot.
Yeah, they've been around a long time. That's what people used them for, as competition pistol. And
I think that'd be great on a 357 contender.
it's just a regular $100 on sale Holosun shake away push button. It's going to work for $100.
Right.
Right.
That thing's going to work, lifetime warranty, no questions asked.
I don't have to worry about that for a while until I start working more overtime. I did work today though. So
Yeah, you got to get your barrel first anyway.
right.
And you should have bought the maximum barrel. Just deal with the extra throat.
You're right. I should have when it was $230 or whatever it was.
It's 230 shipped or whatever. Yeah, it seemed like we lost them. Device not connected.
But yeah, back to the Thompson Centers. I mean, I'd like to get back into them, but it seems it's taking forever for them to start the new production. At least as far as I can tell.
Oh, you're echoing now, Tim, man.
Oh, he's gone again. He's gone. Yeah.
I mean, I think it'd be neat. Of course, I want a 4 or 5, 6 power scope, something like that, 2 to 7 maybe, some kind of handgun scope like that. And I'd really like to have a target, at least a elevation stop, target type turret on it. Yeah, and if it costs $500, $600, $700, okay, well, buy once, cry once, get it done and over with, and get on down the road.
Pat, the growth.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Oh,
You're echoing again, Tim, man.
Yeah, I know. Hang on.
It's that new microphone.
well, he's just got it.
Well, gentlemen, all the boys are coming over in the morning for a brunch, and I'm cooking because it's Mother's Day. So I'm going to slip out of here and tell all of you I love you. I appreciate you. It's great to see everybody. And
All
I'll
right.
be
See
on
you
2
again.
weeks in a row. I'll be home next weekend too. Woo-hoo.
You're right.
Oh,
Thanks
yeah.
for
Been a
coming.
while. Been a while since we saw you, man.
Oh, I know. I've been going hard. It was good to be at home and be able to do some stuff around the house. So, all right. Good night, everybody.
All right. Thanks for coming on, Jose.
All right. Take care, Marvin. Good seeing you, man.
And the echo is gone. Let's see.
Is it back yet? Did I fix it?
Testing. Testing. No, wait. Are you checking? Check.
Huh?
Setting.
Well, something happened with my camera. I must have bumped it or something. 'Cause my camera shut off and my mic muted. I don't know what the hell happened.
Huh. Okay. But maybe check your StreamYard.
Yeah, everything looks fine. Microphone's right. Camera's right. Is it still echoing?
Only when I talk.
Mm,
Wallace, how about you?
I hear an echo in there, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's. We could have fun with the echo, echo. No.
Echo, yeah, no, that the echo in my ear, between my ears. I'm trying to find pistol scopes over here on the CV Life page, and I can't really find anything.
Yeah, I don't know if they have a pistol scope on CV Live.
I
Testing.
tell you what, all these fucking pop-ups, I'm done with them.
Mm.
did it fix it?
I'm gonna Birds 2 to 7.
Weaver. Isn't Weaver part of Leopold now?
Is the Echo fixed?
Testing. All right.
All right.
Good.
I think so. I don't know.
What'd you do?
Left and then came back. I think I bumped that camera plug with my my gigantic cup here when I picked it up. So
Okay, Chico wise, I was going to say, West Covina Dodge, your girlfriend could have been somebody you kicked off a chat a while ago. Kind of uses the same cartoon avatars. I'm just saying, could have been. Never know. Someone messing with you.
I'm trying to get Pat in trouble is what she's doing.
Mm-hmm. So you like that Prism of yours? Decent eye relief.
Yeah, I do. I like it.
All right, good.
It's a fixed 4 power. I like the ACSS reticle on it too.
Yeah.
But I mean, I really haven't shot it all that much. Probably put 200 rounds through it. And it's got the reticle's etched on the glass, so if the battery dies, you can still see it. You know.
Yeah, it's kind of like the half circle and the lollipop dots and lines.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's got the references underneath it. Yeah, I really like it. That
yeah,
one is.
yeah.
Athlon makes 2 different prism scopes now. There's the Midas TSP, which is what that one is, and then there's like I think it's called a flare. I think the flare is just a regular dot, but that one goes up to 5 power if you want it. The TSP has the ACSS reticle, and they're both about $240.
Okay. Yeah, my son went with the point on the primary arms, which is different, but it's kind of nice. You just set that point right at the base of the target, and everything's out of the way.
I like those too.
Yeah.
I have the primary arms 1 to 10 with the ACCS B double Z reticle, and it's okay for a for a combat scope. If at least I was having last week, I was having trouble getting some really precise groups with the when I was testing that Super Bell ammo, and the other rifles shot it fine using just more traditional reticles. Now that's probably more me than anything. So, but yeah, so but it's
the
a
ACSS really was designed like yeah, it'll even tell you too, like that circle around the ACSS. If you put the edge of that circle, I think it's like if a man's walking at 100 yards, that's what the edge of that circle, the lollipop, is for.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that. That's kind of more what it's geared for. Is
Right.
Like you said, combat. I forget what all the nomenclature on it is, but yeah, it gives you a little booklet with it that tells you.
Yeah, and I haven't looked through mine, and I can't determine whether it has a bullet drop compensator reticle in it, which I detest completely, or if it's just a regular mill. I've read 2 different things.
Yeah, I think some are probably like 200 meters, 300 meters, stuff like that. I think it goes 235 on mine.
Then
Chico,
a lot of hash marks on mine.
Chico, 38, 357, 38s are super quiet. I know you're thinking can. Just whatever you can find on sale, 44, those can be quiet too. Whatever you got, whatever you load, and The ones that are expensive are like 10 millimeter, 9 millimeter. You know, those they want crazy money for stuff
The ones I want are expensive.
Yeah, it's crazy. 45 ACP, it's crazy.
45 ACP contender would be badass. God, that'd be so much fun.
I know, but if you got a 44, you just trail
Right.
blast it or 44 Russian. I don't know if I've shot 44 Russian in my 44 contender yet, but that's going to be a long jump. But it might be just fine. I've done it never, so
Well, and then you just go with the 45 long Colt, do a 230 grain bullet at 900 feet per second. You got the exact same thing. You're not going to have any kind of extraction.
if you have the dice already,
I know that's what I'm getting at. Is like I got the mold, I got ammo for it, I got all the shit already. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not doing a Colt because I have 45 ACP and I got 44 Magnum, and I can make some work out of either. Yeah, quietly. Yeah.
45 Colt is.
I shot Jerry's with my can on it, my pistol can, and it was quiet. And that was his loads, not made for any, it's just regular loads, not intended for suppressed, and it was quiet.
Well, what's the max pressure for a 45 Colt? Isn't it like 25 or 28,000 psi? Just like 45 ACP, it's the same. I think it's the same pressure max.
Unless you hot rod them, which a lot of people do, but the brass ain't the same as 44 mag brass.
Right.
So when you make some 44 Russian, your little or 44 special, that brass lasts a long time. You can hot rod them. I just keep it simple. I don't, it'd be great, but I'm not doing another caliber. I have no room for turrets anymore. None.
That's where I'm at.
Done.
Yep. I'm over it.
And watch. 2 months from now, I'll have a different caliber.
Hey, your boy will come home from that pawn shop with something goofy, and you'll load for it. Yeah, I know you will.
Going, oh, jeez. Yeah. So.
Thorzak's, I only moved 10 minutes away from my old place, so I still go to the same range, even though I haven't been there since July. Yeah, I need to go shooting bad. I think the last time I went was July.
And don't forget, Chico, levers are fun, suppressed also. There you go.
Hell, I actually haven't even renewed my range membership yet. Crap, I got to do that before I go too. There's $70.
Yeah.
How much?
$70 a year. Which ain't bad.
No.
Yeah. No, mine, the club, I've been going to the county range so far all this year, but the club that I like to have a membership at is it's $175 a year.
Mm-hmm.
And if I let it drop, then when I renew, I'll have to pay double. So since I've already paid for it, plus I'll pull so much brass out. Yeah, between 9 millimeter brass and Lake City brass, it'll make it kind of worth it.
Yeah.
And I finally stumbled upon a load that two of my main rifles, the most important rifles, shoot very well. And if I actually get motivated, I'll probably knock out 1,000 or 2,000 rounds, tomorrow, or at least get set up to start doing it, and get some of those put back for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm itching to get out for sure.
Well, Chico must already have 45 Colt dice, so yeah, go for it. Easy. It's just like 38s or 45. So as far as quiet, well, 38s could be way quieter, but
He said he already got a lever gun. He got for $100. Cool.
$100. Chico's always finding deals.
I know. I wish I lived closer to Chico.
Oh, he's gonna love that. Yeah. I wonder if Kenny is still around. It's Kenny's ready for you. He's been busy. You haven't heard from him.
Bones at midnight. There's still a Mickey D's not too far away from here, but their ice cream machine's always broke.
Yeah, what's up with that? Yeah.
There's a Culver's right up the road. Dairy Queen's on the other side of next town up, so it's kind of a jaunt.
Heasay is here. I'm saying it right. Say,
What's up?
how's it going, Heasay?
The two
I've had a
Obsidian-
Dairy Queen ice cream in a while. Very
I haven't
long.
either. It's been a long time. Oh, I used to get that peanut buster parfait. Thing was awesome.
With the
Two Obsidians don't work with the common hub interface, is what he's saying for the Obsidian suppressors.
hub interface.
I'm not familiar with that one.
Hub. We got a scooter here. Yes,
Shooter.
Kenny is still going, but he's busy as hell. I haven't heard from him. Nothing. Maybe he's mad at me. I don't know. Because I asked about a local shop that moved in. I said, "Have you heard of these guys?" And he got really mad. He said, "You send stuff to me. What are you doing looking around?" I said, "They're right down the road. I don't have to ship it in the mail." And he got pissed. He's like, "I could whip that up for you, blah, blah, blah." But now he is so busy. I don't know. Man, Scooter's taking off here. Are you sitting outside? Yeah, I got Grandpa in the background with a cast. I got to keep an eye on him. Yeah.
He's
I'm
got
out.
that hickory. He's gonna get you with the hickory.
No, that's a sword cane. Let's get a sword. Remember?
Yeah.
Okay.
They all blur together. Can't remember if it's the hickory or the sword cane.
That sword is awesome. I'd hit. Ooh, that is some nasty stuff.
On the topic of Kenny, did you see that action that he made?
Well, his last videos I've seen.
What were his last videos?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember Scooter now. He wants to shit all over my head some more.
Oh, okay. His last videos, which has been a while. So,
Oh no, he put up a video like 4 days ago. He's making his own bold action.
4 days ago, no, it didn't show up on my. No.
That's because it was a short.
Oh, I don't do shorts. That's why.
No, he made a full length video too. I thought.
Didn't come up. Never had a problem with Kenny coming up. Anyway, you know that new machine he's got, you know, that CNC thingy? Oh my gosh, I bet he's pumping out all kinds of stuff for people. And he's smart. He's really smart, so he knows how to use it, you know. Let's see. Probably gonna reach out again, coworker. I don't know. Grinder to.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So go to the Eagle Eye Shooting channel, and then underneath the Shorts tab, the name of the video is DPG 22LR Action.
Okay.
I can probably manage to share it with you. Hang on. Let me see.
Bolt action.
Yes.
Okay.
How do I click on this without having the volume play? Give me 1 second.
What are you talking about? Hub? Are you talking bottoms out like on? It's gonna bottom out on the tube. You're gonna cut your tube a little bit if your gun's not threaded. Your loading tube. You're gonna back her down. You gotta put a new screw. A new hole there. But hub. He say hub. What are we? What do you mean by hub? The adapter? I'm gonna have to go look at a Obsidian adapter or something. suppressor hub. Hub again.
Hey,
You want
Jim,
that?
add that screen. Yeah, okay.
And then enlarge it. Oh, that's
Little
pistol.
update, sneak peek of the DPG 22 action. Just got the speeds and feeds and tool paths all dialed in. I just want to say, when you got quality material, begin with quality material, things become super smooth, as you can see. So a quick little glimpse of what it's going to kind of look like and how it's going to operate. And it starts with American-made steel. I'll be updating you guys throughout the process. Stay tuned. All right.
America. So it was a short. That's why I didn't see it. Yeah, I don't think he'll be doing 9s anymore. He's got big stuff he's doing. What's going on, dear? Oh, gotcha. Attached to the barrels of rugged is, the obsidian. Okay. Isn't it like an Octane 45? Huh? I thought it'd be the same as an Octane 45. Except for it's modular now, right? It's modular.
You know, speaking a foreign language to me, I don't know shit about suppressors.
Well, it's some kind of adapter. You got to be picky about something. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it's an offshoot of Octane 45, otherwise being modular. Same with their 9 now, but I'd have to go to their site. Their adapters are all the same as Octane from what I saw. Interesting. That's the cherry bomb. Now, what do these guys talk? What's a cherry bomb other than an exhaust pipe? All right. I haven't been into the modern suppressor stuff, so I'm not doing a photo and a thumbprint. So let's just make them all legal and don't have to go through the hoops.
Mm-hmm.
Even though it's fast and easy nowadays. Oh, okay. That was you that sent that link. Okay. Anyway, yeah, that looks cool from Kenny. I'm sure he's swamped, because he's got people in line building rifles for, and now he's got this. It's going to be crazy town down there. I just hope he's having fun and can sit back and laugh sometimes, have some fun. That's what I worry about.
Yeah, it ain't no fun when you can't do that.
Yeah. So work hard, play hard.
I'm
Kenny.
living proof. I ain't played in years.
It's a good system, Joe Buzz. There's some of those, Atlas, etc. Oh man, I'm lost. I'm lost at what you guys are doing. And JMac doesn't make any stuff for that either, because I like JMac stuff. If you want to break and then put a can right on it.
So yeah, Patriot Paul's talking about that bill for making suppressors legal or whatever. How would that play with the states like Illinois that just outright ban suppressors? You know what I mean?
Well, they're also trying to work on
because Illinois can still do whatever the hell they want. I mean,
I know, but just like carrying in every state, some states are still going to fight it. But if they enforce it and say it's legal, what are they going to do? What can they do? So
that's the main reason
it's
I
all.
Suppressors. I shoot in Illinois. You know what I mean? I live in Iowa, but I shoot in Illinois.
Yeah. Hopefully they fix all that and federal law rules. Tough crap. Someone wants to come through there and use a can in your state, tough crap.
Yeah, that's all fine and dandy. You can say that until a state trooper stuffing your ass in the back of a squad car and taking all your shit. You know what I mean? It's
Even if you're proved,
He
yeah,
will-
you're proved right, it's going to cost you $50,000.
right.
Yeah.
No,
And you won't
they
get
will
it back.
know- no, they will know that if it's federal law that you can come through that state with a carry pistol or a can.
Probably,
Yep.
well, I mean, probably traveling. There is a clause that allows you to travel through, but
They're doing it. They're doing it to their own citizens, and they're fighting it. However, just like carry permits in every state, reciprocity.
there is a provision where you, like, let's say you're going from Pennsylvania to Maine to go bear hunting. And of course, you have to go through New York and Connecticut. So, and the firearms you're carrying, there's certain rules that allow you to be in transit through those states.
Or be able to get or use.
Right, but
But I mean,
I would be actively using a suppressor in Illinois if that was.
Right. And if it's a federal law that you can have and use that suppressor in that state, being from a different residence, your license will say, "Hey, I live here. I have the right to shoot here because of federal law." And the cops are already going to know that law. They're already going to know it. They're going to have.
I wouldn't bet my freedom on them knowing what the laws are. Once again, it's probably going to be expensive, at least.
That's what I'm saying. They'll pull their bullshit, and I don't think JB Pritzker is the guy who's going to be like, "Oh yeah, you're right. I'm just going to cave." No, he's an asshole.
Yeah, they're going to throw your ass in jail. You're going to have to, hire Bruce Rivers to come down and take care of you and all this stuff. So,
Right.
And, I mean, I don't like it any more than anybody else does. I'm not saying that. Like, I'll be going to Chicago later this week. Well, technically, I guess next week, being that it's still Saturday. But so now I'm debating in my head: do I go ahead and throw my pistol in the truck with me, or if I just go ahead and leave it in the Jeep this time around?
So if I'm traveling in Illinois and I'm carrying, I usually just take the mag out, put the mag in the center console, put the gun in the glove box, and if I lock the glove box too, that way you're at least trying to be compliant. But there's the thing too, where it's like your vehicle is considered your domicile and yada yada yada. It's like, okay, a cop's not going to give a shit about that. Half the cops probably won't. They'll still arrest you.
Yeah, and then and if nothing else, just to be dicks.
Yeah.
So, and I don't feel like arguing with the DOT. I don't feel like arguing with something happened where they go through my vehicle, and literally the Girl Scouts have the right to go through, inspect both the exterior and interior of commercial vehicles. You don't have any privacy as far as that goes. People say, "Oh, that's why I'm domiciled." Just like when you get that CDL, it's just like going to the Army.
Right.
You find a way. Certain, they can go through your vehicle. They can check for open containers. They can check for dope. They can check for, just about anything, any kind of contraband. You go to Missouri and you buy 10 duffel bags full of cigarettes and then take them to New York to sell them. There's those issues. And I used to go to Canada, and I used to go to New York City on a very regular basis, 2-3 times a week sometimes. That's the biggest reason why I never carried firearms with me, because I didn't know if I was going to New York. I didn't know if I was going to get to Toronto, stuff like that. Yeah, I'd rather deal with the fucking Canadians when it comes to firearms than New York just because Canadians, they're except for certain members that hang around with us, the rest of them are all a bunch of fucking retards when it comes to guns. Yeah.
Well, it's going to depend on the wording and if it goes through Congress and everything, as far as carrying in every state, and then suppressors are legal everywhere. They're going to have to word it where.
Well, yeah, I mean, first off,
you can't screw with this law. All right.
First off, all the NFA, basically the Gun Control Act of 34 or 36, whenever it was, that basically just needs to be done away with. I mean, that's what it comes down to. Yeah, and there's still going to be states' rights, and states. Yeah, the Supreme Court has said the states can, make their own rules and regulations about that. They're just not allowed to outright ban stuff. Yeah. So.
Yeah, right now there's a lot on their plate. Bondi isn't doing so good. Where is the files? And there's files.
I told you.
I know. And even our guy, Cash. Oh God.
Cash Patel.
Cash. He's kind of lollygagging. He's kind of lollygagging a little bit, but you got to give him a little time. I mean, it's so deep. It is so deep infested in those agencies that we all know a lot of that Doge money that goes nowhere goes to the CIA and all those places. So it'll take time, but hopefully.
I mean,
there's a fire under Bondi's ass right now, and everyone is saying files. She knows it. Stay off of the news. Quit being on TV. Files. Just give a
Stop
list.
giving conservative influencers empty binders called the Epstein files and have dude, that
was so bad. So she's got a fire under her butt. It's going to happen. I know Trump loves her, but he does have his ear to the ground. And if people are pissed, he's going to say, okay, get these things done. Okay. Yeah. But it's so deep. Here's the problem. The problem with Epstein is people with a lot of money that are involved, and it could hurt the economy big time. All right. People on that list have tonnage of money and power. And do you know how that would screw up everything if they all, how bad? Oh,
let it happen.
The market, everything would go just berserk.
Let it happen.
So how do you? Yeah, I know, I'm with you, but how you got to use a little.
I don't see how they could screw up the market. I mean, what are they going to do? Pull their money and stick it?
We're talking people that own banks, huge banks. That could screw up a market.
No, because not really, because Billy Bob might be the CEO of the bank or CFO, whatever, but that bank is still ran by, okay, so he gets busted and goes to jail. Hey, that doesn't affect the shares he owns. Just like if I go to jail tonight, that doesn't affect the shares of the stocks that I own.
And
there's a lot of companies that can tank. And
listen,
at
the end of the day.
Okay, so let's say, so what? He dumps it all on the market. All of a sudden, you got these buying opportunities. Somebody, if it's a worthwhile stock, people are going to buy it. That's just like Ford will not go away anytime soon. The CEO of Ford would get caught fucking a goat, in the middle of the town square, and everybody gets mad at them for a day and dump their stock. Okay, well, then people like me just go, okay, I'll buy all that Ford stock at $5 a share instead of $10.
It is deep. It's people of power, people of money, people in the government So
The big question is if we have a market that is totally dependent on child sex trafficking and people that are involved in that, do we really want to have that kind of market, or does it kind of need to restart?
yeah,
and
we
go
don't want
more
that.
different
We don't
directions?
want that corruption. No, we don't.
So get rid of it, let it crash and burn, and we'll pick up the pieces and go.
Yeah.
Problem is it won't crash and burn. Yeah, it'll just be
let it do what it does. You know?
literally the insurance the CEO of the health insurance company gets gunned down on the street at 7 a.m. By 7:30 a.m. they had a new CEO running the operation.
100%.
Literally 30 minutes from the time that he took his last breath to they had fresh blood there. Didn't affect the stock one bit. Yeah. These people are not as important as everybody wants to make them. Elon Musk is important, but if he disappeared tomorrow, that one might actually be
Yeah, he's going to be a hard one to replace.
That would hurt a lot.
Yeah,
but it's not just
like with,
CEOs. It's not just CEOs. This is deep. This is deep. This is in the government. This is, I mean, what they're probably going, oh my, you and you, oh you too, you son of a bitch. There's some straightening out to do here because it's going to be foof.
I don't foresee much happening because there's too many bureaucrats and too many politicians that are probably on those lists to start with. So, yeah.
The Clintons.
Hey, sweet thing. I hope you look good in a bikini. So,
okay.
I hope you know how to shave. But anyways, I'm not worried about a market crash if they drop that stuff. There's no such thing as these super powerful, executives that wouldn't just well, make sure you put your makeup on and you put a nice wig on. I prefer blonde. So
just look at it this way: the Clintons alone have fended off all those witnesses that used to be alive.
Mm-hmm.
We're just talking about the Clintons here.
Yeah,
that's just one family. All right, there's, like I said, you can go into the government and Congress. Whatever you're on it too. I didn't know. Yeah, it's going to be bad.
Yeah, West Covina, same thing here. If the royal family got exposed for something, I'd be really upset about that one.
Yeah, but it's huge. Okay, so it is a cluster. It's not going to be easy. Put it that way.
Prince Andrew's loose end got tied up, 2 weeks ago now?
Who was that?
Virginia Giuffre.
I'm sorry.
Virginia Giuffre.
Who's that? I'm on.
She is no longer alive.
Yep. There's two down.
Prince Andrew took that picture with when she was underage. And she's.
Do you want lighting, dear?
They say it was a suicide.
Isn't that better? Okay.
Yeah, a lot of suicides go on around them people.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Well, there's one more that's saying, "Hey, if something happens to me, there's another one saying I'm never going to commit suicide.
Right.
But
granted, when she did say that, it was 5 years ago, and a lot could change in 5 years. But yeah,
it's bad. You guys don't think the stock market is going to move? It moves on a whim. You blow.
Yeah,
stock market
listen,
moves. Oh, don't say that to me about CEOs.
Let it blow.
4 weeks ago, everybody was screaming how the market crashed. It's dead. I had so many fucking not a lot. I had a bunch of orders in to buy. I had a order in to buy BP because it crashed down to $25 a share. Yeah, and yeah, the world was ending, according to everybody and everything, because there was a bump in the market. Yeah, and as soon as I put in my order once it dropped back down to, it moved back up a little bit up to the 27. So I said, okay, I'll set it at $26 a share. Hell, ever since then it's just been climbing. Now it's down below what it was say a year ago, but it's still moving back, northwards again. The market's actually doing pretty good. Matter of fact, it's doing so good it's fucking my bond accounts up.
Yeah, it's almost where it was when it was good. So
Yeah, but I got a nice little bump at the end of the year with the with my dividend payment on one. Yeah, I have one account with two. I have one account that has two different funds in it: a bond fund and a general stock market fund. And so, but like I said, I was waiting for friggin' BP to drop back down to, like I said, $26 a share, and it never did. I was waiting for Snyder National to drop down to about $20 a share, and I was going to take the money we're going to buy the BP with and just use it for Snyder, because they bounce between $18 and $30 a share. So if I get
everyone is, especially the other side, it's tariffs. Da 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 da. Once that look at the UK right now. So once this is solved, and it's nothing. It's stuff that doesn't require pain to get through. But once it's solved, that market's going to go crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to go nuts. Especially,
everybody. Every time the friggin' Arab prince scratches his nose and oil goes up to $150 a barrel, it's the end of the world. The next thing you know, it's $70 a barrel again 6 months or a year later.
I've been saying it for 8 years now. It'll be fine.
Yeah, I've been with the oil. Yeah, and I know Uncle Jim. He was even more aware of it because he wasn't even in school at the time. The gas lines and all that in the early 70s, and it was the end of the world. There wasn't good. We were going to be out of gasoline by 1979.
It was scary during those days.
At the very moment.
Oh yeah. Well, it's just like when everyone ran for toilet paper.
Mm-hmm.
But worse, because you got to get to work in the car, not your toilet paper.
And then just the day after 9/11, 9/12, gas lined again for about 2 days.
Yeah.
And then everybody calmed back down again, and prices went back to normal.
I think it's because they wanted emissions and smaller cars.
Mm-hmm. And
when the whole time they had Mazda trucks with little diesel engines that would get 80 miles to the gallon, and they quit fucking making them.
Yeah.
Why?
Those dirty little diesels. Yeah.
Why?
Well,
put some diesel exhaust fluid in it and do whatever you got to do to make it clean, and just let them eat.
Actually, Patriot, I'll argue with you. I don't think it was the Panama Canal was the most costly. I think the actual Manhattan Project probably blew the Panama Canal values out. And the but I agree with you that should never been given away. It still cost a lot.
I'm sure it wasn't just on him either. It was the whole.
Things are great. Anderson lowers are $29 again. God, I love you, Pat.
No argument there. Lots of lives were lost, and that doesn't even count the one that the French, the canal the French started on. Yeah.
I know even the PSA, what do they call it? The clean ones, they're $29 right now.
Mm-hmm.
Minimalist. Yeah. And I remember when AR stuff was expensive.
I walked out of a gun shop with a PSA lower for $28 once. That was unheard of.
Yeah. So they have a nice little minimalist right now for 29.
Oh, yeah, but you got to pay the 29. You got to pay the shipping. You got to pay the transfer fee. I'm saying I walked out of a gun shop for
At
29
the
with
store,
a
yeah.
PSA lower like
Mhm.
5 years ago. I haven't seen that since because I would have bought every one that he had, but he only
Yeah.
had the one.
I might stop at one of the local gun stores and see if they have any Andersons laying around.
Yep. It's this lower right here, actually. Yep. PSA.
I've had good luck with Andersons. They seem to be dimensionally correct and all that. I mean, it's
Yeah.
I don't know what the magic. Yeah,
Well, everyone's CNCing everything, and everything's in spec, unless it's some garbage brand.
Oh, imagine if they started dumping Russian ammo and primers back into the market. That'd be great.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Yeah, we need the imports of all that.
That would level everything out. You're talking $40 AR barrels and
when it comes to barrels, I get snobby just like I do with scopes. It's
fuck it. I'll run a $40 Bear Creek barrel, and I've shot really good groups with them.
I had a couple of
Some are shit.
classic firearms mystery barrels. I was never impressed with them, but I did have one of their mystery barrels, which was a 16-inch M4 style, but of stainless. This seems to be okay.
600.
I would take that rifle out and shoot it next week, anyways.
Pat, they were cheaper than that, but some of the bolts weren't heat treated right. They were much cheaper than that, Pat. And that was kind of weird because their AKs are always heat treated right and everything. But because I almost bought one a long time ago. But then the bolt scared me. Am I going to get a good witch or a bad witch? One thing you don't want is a soft bolt on a 308 semi-auto.
I don't know.
Sheer lug. Wall of a bolt.
Anyway, yeah, we just got to hold on and see what happens, The Epstein thing. The Epstein thing is what everyone's screaming about. You found it, Derek?
And the Epstein thing cracks me up because really it doesn't affect anybody personally. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like none of us are going to be affected by the Epstein files. We just want to know because we're little gossipy gals.
Well, we don't want to see criminals get away with crime either.
Well,
And,
they do that every day in the halls of Congress.
Well, I know, but if any of us get caught banging a 16-year-old girl, we go to prison for 20 years.
Right.
They get friggin' pay raises and stuff. Yeah.
But we don't own Microsoft, so we can't get away with that.
I know.
Depends on who.
Allegedly.
List. How deep does that list go? And we're talking other countries, other leaders. It could be really ugly. Other countries, other leaders. Picture the chaos. There's going to be chaos if they show. Now, are they going to show it all? No, probably not. Those sensitive people aren't. They're probably going to be that little black redacted line there. So, but think of leaders.
It'll be the whole damn page.
People of power, leaders of countries. What if they're on there?
I still have a problem believing the fact that the people that commit these heinous crimes actually write it down for other people to find. They don't write that shit down. They don't keep a record of it.
Well, the whole thing was a setup to blackmail them.
Yeah, I suppose, but
Yeah, before him, there was another person. Where do you think he got the idea from? Before Epstein got the idea from another guy that was doing it years before.
well, I mean that political blackmail is going on forever. But like I said, it's the idea that it's just some big binder full of all this hard evidence against all these top people is like I don't think that's how it's going to be. Sure,
It's
there might be videotapes that they found or
it's
pictures and shit like that.
it's
But
videos. No, it's a setup
who
studio.
who who wrote the files is what
Black-
I want to know. Who wrote all these files? And if they
Right.
wrote them, why aren't these people arrested? Because the
The
person who
island
wrote
was-
the files was LEO or CIA or something.
The island was built for blackmail, and Epstein wasn't the original. I forget the guy's name. You can find it online. The original Epstein was doing it years before. That's where he got the idea, and that way, you got black. You
Yeah,
got,
but here they've been entrapping people like this, whether it's teenage girls, teenage boys, dope. They do something weird and they get caught. And there's people out there trying to, governments are out there trying to do that. Both the American government tries to do that to citizens, and the foreign governments try to do that to our citizens, and we try to do that to, we're trying to get, I guarantee you, they're trying to get Winnie the Pooh caught, banging some, 12-year-old boy, just so that they can hold that over top him, So this is nothing new. This goes back to probably to the very beginning of any kind of organized politics. And
those people have always been pretty good at covering their tracks. And it's like Dave was saying, it's like, yeah, these people could be at the bottom of the ocean with cement shoes on.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's I don't know, I forget where I was going with that. I lost my train of thought, damn it. Anyways, yeah, I don't think they write shit like that down.
That's like people think there's going to be a lot of information put out about the Kennedy and Martin Luther King. All the really deep stuff. There's nothing written down. There wasn't some secretary.
And all the people that knew the truth are dead.
Yeah. On top of that, but I mean, still, even at the time, nobody wrote down Joe Blow is going to pay Lee Harvey Oswald $50 or whatever to Kennedy. Here, we're going to put this in this file here at the FBI.
And it's like all the people that were involved with that were dead within what, 3 years, 4 years, mysteriously.
Most likely, it's you hear. Of course, everybody, people claim that, anybody who had power after the Kennedy assassination, they were in on it. That's why they got their power, and stuff. It's like, okay, and even if there wasn't anything there, people would make shit up just to gossip. And then
what would we all talk about if we didn't have all these conspiracies? My God, we'd be so boring.
And the thing is, a lot of the conspiracies probably do exist, and they do exist as far as that goes. But you think that they're going to release any information? Okay, so they release information, still not going to say who did what or where the money changed hands.
Right.
It's okay. So they suspect this member of the CIA had something to do with the Kennedy assassination or Epstein Island or pick your choice. Okay, well, I mean, I suspect, my neighbor probably smokes dope. Doesn't mean that they do. Doesn't mean that I know. Yeah. But this is Florida. Everybody fucking smokes pot nowadays around here.
And when they raided that dude's house, Epstein or whatever, and went through it, Didn't they tear it down like a year later? Anyways,
Not that I don't.
who was in possession of all that material, all the videos, all the files? Whoever it was knew they were sitting on a honeypot or a grenade, knowing that they could either make a lot of money with that shit or they would be dead because of that shit. So what do you think
Well,
they did with it? Did they destroyed it? Or
Well,
they just, you know
look
what I
at
mean?
P Diddy. Everybody knew he was doing what he was doing, and it wasn't until it became, for whatever reason, either he pissed somebody off or they just needed a diversion. All of a sudden, he gets raided. Nobody. It wasn't common knowledge. I'm certain. There are some
Just feeling
stuff.
about the freak offs.
And Tin Man, did you see DeGeneres where she lives now trying to use her tractor in the field? Her little lawn
No,
tractor.
I didn't catch that.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Trying to operate the hydraulic lines and the clutch at the same time.
Yeah, because some of her last messages and tweets were, how Diddy's my buddy and we're little. She had a nickname for it and all that. Anyway, she leaves the damn country as soon as this stuff. And so the latest is she's out on her country lawn, which is just a grass field and everything, and she's on a little riding mower. And she's showing that she can do this, and she gets stuck, and she needed a guy to push her, and it's still stuck, and it's a cluster.
Oh my
Anyway,
God.
she's having a really good time, yeah. So
Zach's exactly right with what he just wrote. It's just a way to unelect people.
Mm-hmm.
there is it could be really deep, so we'll see, but they're never going to show it all. Just like JFK and all that.
Back when I still lived in Ohio, the local congressman, he got redistricted, and he was gonna the following election he was gonna be further west. Now everybody knew he was not going to get reelected because he wasn't local for that area. So, well, it turned out that one of these Russian oligarchs was buying trips for politicians just across the board. He was just throwing money everywhere. But the only person who got nailed and who went down for it was just so happened to be my old congressman, who they knew he wasn't going to get reelected. I mean, he just didn't have a snowball's chance in hell, and he just took the fall for them. For everybody else, even though there was a lot of congressmen who and women who were taking bribes or trips or whatever. Yeah, he got nailed for it. He took the fall, and the press shut up about everybody else. They just had their one, victim that they could, or they had their one piece of meat that they could drag through the mud. And they ignored everybody else who was also on the same list. So any other list, I'm not too worried about either. So because they're there you go, Thor's.
All right, Bill. I think I'm going to call it a night and go upstairs. I got to be up early. I'm going to let the old lady sleep in for
There-
Mother's Day.
There you go.
Yep.
I'm gonna wait till Uncle Jim pops back on, then I'm gonna say
Oh,
goodnight.
yeah. Yep.
And then because I'm out of gas.
Yeah. She wants me to wake up with the kids, so the kids don't wake her up at 6:30, and then that means I get to be up with them. So it's like, all right, I'll let you do that. Sure.
Yeah,
Every
honey.
couple months, I let her sleep in a day, which I never sleep past 8 o'clock anyways. But
I try not to. I try to be up by 7. Yeah, same idea.
Right. I don't get home from work till 11:45 at night though, so I mean that's kind of
Yeah, I understand
part of the
that.
deal.
Yeah, it's hard sometimes. That's like Monday. I'll probably sleep till 10 or 11 because I'm working Monday night. So,
Okay, Skin Man Balin.
Yeah, I'm gonna wake up with the kids tomorrow and let the old lady sleep in for Mother's Day. So I'm gonna head upstairs and probably get
Yeah.
the tasting.
I wasn't expecting 4 hours sitting in this chair. So yeah, let's all go.
sounds
Thank-
good.
Thanks guys for coming on. Side chat, love you. He say there's also adapters out there, various. They're like machine companies. I've seen cheap adapters and stuff. Anyway, later. Anyway, love you guys in the side, and thanks for coming on, guys. Awesome.
Good night, Heath.
Happy,
Side chat.
happy Mother's
Happy Mother's Day, everybody.
Take care of your mothers and wives. All right. Good night, everyone. Love you.
Good night.
We got a foof. Okay. Well, until next time, and